Welcome to the October 28th, 2021 meeting of the City of Miami City Commission in these historic chambers. Procedures for the public comment will be explained by the City Attorney shortly. Procedures for the swearing in of parties for the planning and zoning and/or quasi-judicial items will be explained by the City Clerk. The members of the City Commission appearing for this meeting are Alex Diaz-La Portilla, Joe Carollo, Manolo Reyes, Jeffrey Watson, and me, Ken Russell, the Vice Chair. Also appearing are City Manager Art Noriega, City Attorney Victoria Mendez, and City Clerk Todd Hannon. Mr. City Attorney, would you please state the procedures to be followed during this meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the City Clerk's office or online at municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of the City Code section is available at the City Clerk's office or online at municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to Section 2-8 of the City Code. Any documents offered to the City Commissioners that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. If any Commissioner thinks that the documents supplied to the City Commission fewer than 7 days before merit a continuance, the item may be continued by the City Commission. Pursuant to Sections 2-33F and G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the Chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the Chair. Public comment will begin when the Chairman opens the public comment period and will be closed by the Chairperson. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comments via the online comment form. Please visit miamigov.com for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been and will be distributed to the elected officials and the city's administration throughout the day so that the elected officials can consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected official up until the time the Chairperson closes public comment period. Public comment may also be provided live at City Hall at 3500 Pan American Drive, Miami, Florida, subject to any and all city rules as they may be amended. If the proposition is being continued to reschedule, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for the meeting may notify the City Clerk. The City has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at today's City Commission meeting, pursuant to Section 286.014, Section 4, Subsection C of Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. Please note, Commissioners have generally been briefed by City staff and the City Attorney on items on the agenda today. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the City Commission for any matter considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. A video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at miamigov.com. Planning and zoning items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 Code as temporarily modified pursuant to Emergency Ordinance numbers 13903 and 13914. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance numbers 13903 and 13914, parties for any planning and zoning items, including any applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, and any person recognized by the decision-making body as a qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee, may be either physically present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation by the City Clerk, or may appear virtually and make arrangements to be sworn in by oath or affirmation in person at their location by an individual qualified to perform such duty. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance number 13903, members of the general public who are not parties to an action pending before the City Commission are not required to be sworn in by oath or affirmation. The members of the City Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications to remove the presumption of prejudice pursuant to Section 286.015 Florida statutes and Section 7.1.5 of the Miami 21 Code. Staff will briefly present each item you heard. For applications requiring City Commission approval, the applicant will present its application request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with the staff's recommendation, the City Commission may proceed to its deliberation decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. The order of presentation shall be as set forth in Miami 21 and in the City Code, providing the appellant shall present first. For appeals, the appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they may have. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices. This meeting may be viewed live on Miami TV at miamigov.com/TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will have closed captioning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. The procedures for individuals who will be providing testimony to be sworn in for planning and zoning items and any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of the city staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present at City Hall will be sworn in by me, the city clerk, immediately after I finish explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony for planning and zoning items and/or quasi-judicial items. Pursuant to emergency ordinance number 13903, those individuals appearing remotely may be sworn in at their location by an individual qualified to administer the oath. After you're sworn in, please be sure to complete, sign, and notarize the affidavit provided to you by the city attorney's office. Each individual who will provide testimony must be sworn in and execute an affidavit. Please email a scanned version of the signed affidavit to the city clerk at thannon@miamigov.com prior to providing testimony on the planning and zoning item and/or quasi-judicial item. The affidavit shall be included in the record for the relevant item for which you will be providing testimony. Commissioners, are you comfortable with the notice provisions set forth in these uniform rules of procedures we have established for this meeting?
Yes.
Chair, may I administer the oath?
Yes, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you will be speaking on any of today's planning and zoning items, that's PZ1 and PZ2, the planning and zoning items, may I please have you stand and raise your right hand? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a prayer by Commissioner Reyes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your heads. Let's pray to the Lord now that He has given us this privilege of serving the city of Miami. Let's pray that He guides us. He guides us and He enlightens us so the decisions that we make here are most beneficial to those people that need it the most. Please, Lord, help us help those that need your help. In the name of the Father, the Holy Son, the Holy Ghost, Son, amen.
Amen. Thank you. And we'll now have presentations and proclamations, starting with the City of Miami Fire Department. Chief, did you want to do it down below or up on the dais?
We're going to have a video. We can do it here because they're going to run a video.
Okay.
You want to start? You ready? I mean, it's you. No, I mean, you want to speak first. No. You. It's got the bigger truck. Yeah, he does like the bigger truck. Bigger truck on there. And the more handsome uniform on the more handsome. Even though he's not wearing pants. Guys are stepping up. They are. Pink. Yes, sir.
My name's Alex. I'm with Metro. It's the people who did the.
Oh, yes.
Do you mind if I mic you up before we go out there for our video?
Sure, if you can do it quickly.
Yeah.
Closest I have.
Decisions are priority, sorry about that. Is that the same thing you're wearing? Yes, it is. For the hearing, 100%.
Okay. Click this underneath, like right there. Do our best to kind of hide it a little bit. May I look at it really fast? All right, perfect. Is it a little bit too tight? A little bit.
Wow,
Hot mic, hot mic,
impresionante.
hot mic.
Good enough. Can we get the video? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
First, I'd like to thank the manager, the commissioners, the mayor for giving us all this opportunity to address you here today. And thank you all for being here. As you know, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and together with our police partners, we have been doing our part to try to get around the community and let the community know that we recognize the battle that women struggle with as it relates to breast cancer, and we want them to know that we fully support them as their public safety agencies. Now, yes, absolutely, please. Now, I would like to personally thank our police partners because they began this initiative and they had identified Romero Brito as the artist that we were going to use, as well as Metro Raps as the company that was going to do the work for us. And if it wasn't for their assistance, we would have had some difficulty in accomplishing this. So from the fire department to the police department, we thank you. Now I'm going to ask Chief Morales to speak in a few moments, but I would like to address a critical piece of our rescue truck. As you walk around the truck and you look at the truck, you will also notice that at the top of the vehicle it says, "In memory of Kristen Jordal." Kristen was an employee of the Department of Fire Rescue. She worked within our Division of Emergency Management, and she battled with breast cancer for about 12 years. Kristen worked for us for about 20 years, and her primary role was to provide Homeland Security dollars to frontline responders who needed equipment in order to do their job. She did this for us for about 20 years and dealt with hundreds of millions of dollars. Not many people know this about the City of Miami as an agency in the City of Miami Department of Fire Rescue, but any regional agency, if you are a police department, a fire department, a hospital, an emergency management agency, and you reside in Monroe, Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach counties, you go through the City of Miami for those Homeland Security funds. So she was critical in placing hundreds of millions of dollars into the hands of first responders in our 4 counties. And throughout most of that period of her career, she was battling breast cancer, and she finally succumbed to her disease. So we felt it appropriate to honor this vehicle in memory of her. And whenever we go out, whenever we take this vehicle to events, whenever we showcase the vehicle, it gives us the opportunity to speak about her. And we also have her family with us here today, and we're very honored for that. So thank you very much. And with that, I'll ask Chief Morales to say a few words.
Thank you, Chief C. And I think you put it best when you said the job of public servants is to go out and build bonds and ties with the community. And what better way to bring awareness to this horrible disease than to have our vehicles wrapped by a world-renowned local artist, Romero Brito. Our guys have a great relationship with him. He even autographed the vehicle, so we look forward to having all of you go outside for a little bit, take a look, take pictures, and spread the word out on social media, and we appreciate you guys being here today. Thank you very much.
After you.
All right. Since I'm wearing a pink shirt for breast cancer awareness, where's your pink, Commissioner?
Well, I was wearing it a little while ago. I didn't know that this was going to come here, but you know that I have come here wearing a pink tie, and I'm very aware of breast cancer. You see, my mother battled breast cancer, and I know the toll that it takes on the patient and the family. I mean, it is devastating, devastating. Although she came out a winner, I will say, but she was a survivor. And there is always that fear. I mean, I know about that because I'm a cancer survivor myself. There is always a fear, or it can't come back, you see. It could come back. And you have that always on the back of your mind. And I live it through my mother. I'm not living it now through me. And I know that we have to be aware that this horrible disease, you see, that attack mostly our most precious individual in the world, which are women, the best creation of the Lord, that we have to do whatever it is needed, whatever it is within our power to support any I will say, any program that will find a cure or will find a way to prevent this horrible disease. So, I'm always, must congratulate your initiative, and we have to let people know that in the city of Miami, we are very much aware of what this terrible disease is, and we are here to help.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I'd like to get a photo now with all of our first responders, our police, our fire, who are here today. Please come on up. We'll do a photo together with our police chief and our fire chief. Thank you. Gentlemen, please.
Let's give him a. We can sit down, please. Thank you. And we can. Oh. How are you doing? Is that right? La práctica, pero creo que te va a gustar hoy.
Sí.
Tengo unas expresiones que quería leer hace mucho tiempo, pero la última vez no la pude leer porque lo hice el alcalde. Entonces, anyway, it's fine. Pero esta vez sí lo pensé. Entonces, pues quise, lo tenía. I do, Commissioner, good morning. You're welcome. Para que sepa que se cree de corazón. Sure, I have it. Yes, we'll do this one and then.
Should we bring the students up so that the art isn't blocked? So we'll do it on the back?
My wife, I defer to my wife and all the artistic stuff, so I'll defer to you on that one. Actually, would you like the students to be here or better up there so we can see? Better up there? Okay. So the students that we have, and then I'll explain a little bit. If I can ask. Oh, everybody on the dais? Okay. Okay. Let's, I guess we'll call them one by one. Do I have the whole list? Yes. Yes, I guess we'll move up there. Okay, good morning. We have a special occasion today because we're going to celebrate the people that participated and won in the Latino Art Beat. For almost 2 decades now, this program has been running to facilitate and to encourage young artists to help the community and to help instill this art. I have the privilege of sharing the floor with obviously our fellow elected officials, but also with Don Rossi, if I pronounce that correctly. So, oh, okay, thumbs up means okay. That he has been, I think, without collecting any remuneration, he has participated free of charge to help run the program and help this young artist for many years. For some time, I've wanted to read this quote that I think explains the importance of art, but also the importance of education. So I take an opportunity to read this because it's better to defer to great men than me attempt to do this, and I'll do this in Spanish and English. I'll start with Spanish, lengua materna mía, and then I'll tell you who wrote this. Educar es dar al hombre las llaves del mundo, que son la independencia y el amor, y prepararle la fuerza para que lo recorra por sí, y con el paso alegre de los hombres naturales y libres. Now in English, to educate is to give man the keys to the world, which are independence and love, and to give him strength to journey on his own, light of step, a spontaneous and free being. That's one and only Jose Marti. If you know anything about Cuba and outside of Cuba, he is a prolific writer and someone that brought his vision and died putting his vision to have an independent Cuba. And with that, I recognize that professors and there are parents as well that participated. I think some of the students are here and we're going to recognize them. It's an opportunity to recognize your teachers that do this, and also that you could have probably been online playing games, but you actually decided to put some time and effort and create art. So thank you. And if you would like to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Miami. Sorry, I didn't mean to rush it that way. My name is Don Rossi Nuccio, and despite my Italian name, I'm Spanish, Puerto Rican, Italian, and I have some Cuban inclinations. I've run Latino Art Beat for 23 years. This is going on the 24th year, and as Eddie just mentioned, I do this as a humanitarian. I don't draw a salary. I don't take 1 penny out of the organization. It's non-for-profit. Thank you. Go ahead. It's nice to be recognized in City Commission. When we started the program, 24 years ago, being a Latino was not the most popular thing at that time. Music really brought a focus on our collective communities. Enrique Iglesias, Ricky Martin, on all of them. So I decided, you know what? The music industry is starting to come up. Let's focus on the visual arts. So many young people have tremendous talent, but they don't have the resources, they don't have the money, they don't have the financing. So I created a program where we do a competition every single year. We do it here in Miami, we do it in Washington, D.C., in Chicago, in Houston, in Los Angeles. We're a national program. But I have to say, the Miami participants are probably the most diligent out of anyone who participates in our program. In Los Angeles, I'm sorry if you're tuning in. To date, we have awarded over $5 million in scholarships, $5 million, and I raise all of that money. And of the $5 million, over $1 million has gone to your kids here in Miami. Un aplauso. So by recognizing the students' artistic talents, we award scholarships, which enables them to go to college and higher education. In many cases, you know, most of our families are lower middle class or middle class, and an education today can cost $100,000. It's very difficult. Now, I know the administration is trying to do free education and all of that, and I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with giving money so these talented kids, especially the Miami kids, can go on to college. So now we're going to present the winners of the 2021 Miami Latino Art Beat competition. I first want to thank the City of Miami, Mayor Suarez, who's diligently recognized our kids over the past year since he's been mayor. I also want to recognize Miami-Dade County Public Schools. Without the teachers, we don't have a competition. Here in Miami is unique. The teachers present the program as part of the curriculum, the Latino Art Beat competition. And then they submit the artwork to Miami-Dade County. They select the winners, and I'm sitting in freezing cold Chicago, and I get all of the notifications from Miami and the palm trees, and I figured, I have to go there in the winter. So I plan my visit every year during Hispanic Heritage Month. I mean, this is a little late for Hispanic Heritage Month, when we actually award the prizes. So today we're going to recognize students from New World School of the Arts, Miami Senior High School, Doral Academy, and MAS, correct me, Zelda Glazer. And those are the schools that produced winners this year. So without further ado, now we're going to present the winners. Now some of the kids are already off to college. Why? Because we give them scholarships, all right? So you'll see some of the students that are still here, and the ones that are not here, the teachers or the parents will recognize it. I also want to give thanks to the Lowe's Hotel, who have been one of our supporters this year. That's it. Now we're going to start calling the students. And as you come up, you're going to come up here on the top of the dais, take your artwork, your particular artwork, and then bring it up there. Okay? Shall we call them from up there? Or? I think it's easier. Good morning, Commissioners. So let's start. Yeah.
You read them?
Yeah. Our first honorable mention for film and animation is Esteban Rodriguez from Doral Academy. As Esteban is coming up, Isabella de la Grana, honorable mention, film and animation, Doral Academy. If Isabella's not here, the teacher can accept. Now, Miami Best of Show for film and animation goes to Fabienne Lillevoix. And Fabian is actually now in college, out of town, but his parents and his teacher is going to come up and recognize him. By the way, this is the first year that any high school won first place in art and first place in film. So congratulations to New World School of the Arts. Mia Bermudez. Honorable mention, drawing and painting, Miami Sunset Senior High School. I'm sorry I got the name of the high school a little confused, but it's Miami Sunset Senior High School. Come on, guys, you can do better than that. These kids are so talented. Thank you. Juliet Rivaron, third place, drawing and painting, Miami Art Studio at Zelda Glazer. That's better. You see, you must have had your coffee this morning. I haven't. Kaylin Aguilar, second place drawing and painting, Miami Sunset Senior High School. And I'm going to call up the teacher from New World and the parents of our first place winner, drawing and painting. She's actually out of Miami on a scholarship. She's going to college. Mia Rodriguez, first place drawing and painting, New World School of the Arts.
I think we're missing one person, but I think he cannot recognize himself. So he wanted to recognize the architect, Don Rossi. We're issuing a certificate of merit for your years of dedication. If I may, I'm going to read it. In recognition of his excellent service, the City of Miami issues a certificate of merit to Don Rossi Nushu. Thank you for your continued efforts to support the arts in our community, particularly our young artists and the future generation of artists. Don Rossi has diligently performed his duty as president of Latino Art Beat, which holds an annual art competition that awards scholarships and monetary prizes to its winners. Thank you for your service. We're confident that you will continue to excel and to serve in our community to advance our quality of life and contribute to Miami. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm overwhelmed. I'm usually never honored in City Hall. This came truly as a surprise. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor Suarez, and thank you, commissioners.
Commissioners?
Well, now I can hold out my certificate.
We have two more presentations and proclamations to give. This next one, I'm very proud. As the City of Miami's first Asian American elected official, it's very important to me to share other Asian American cultures, and it's my pleasure today to proclaim Hindu Heritage Month in the City of Miami. If you are here to celebrate Hindu Heritage Month, please join us on the dais. You're very welcome. And I will pass the mic. And as people are coming up, I'll just read it from the proclamation. Whereas Florida and the nation have been influenced by the extraordinary cultural, ethnic, linguistic, and religious diversity of its residents, whereas Hinduism is the third largest religion in the world with an estimated 1 billion devotees worldwide and 2.23 million in the United States, whereas the year 2021 marks the 128th anniversary of when Hinduism was officially introduced to the United States by Swami Vivekananda at 1893 at the World's Parliament of Religions in Chicago. Whereas most Hindu immigrants have come to the United States as students in search of better economic opportunities or to unite with family members, while others have arrived in this country after facing religious persecution in their countries of origin. Whereas the Hindu heritage, culture, traditions, and values provide invaluable solutions to many of life's problems and often serve as a source of inspiration, reflection, and contemplation for the millions of individuals who look to the teachings of Hinduism for guidance. Whereas Hindu Americans now serve in various levels of government across the state and nation, including 4 members of the United States House of Representatives. Whereas South Florida Hindu temples, organizations, and individuals actively engage in seva, a Sanskrit word for selfless service towards their fellow human beings through charity, public service, and the provision of free medical and legal services. Whereas Hindu American community has contributed tremendously to the vitality of the state of Florida by enriching the lives of its citizens. Whereas Hindu Americans have also contributed to many of South Florida's economic sectors and have particularly excelled in the areas of business, law, politics, information technology, medicine, and science. Whereas during the month of October 2021, the Hindu community across the state of Florida and across our great nation will collectively celebrate its heritage by focusing on its culture and the diverse spiritual traditions rooted in India. Now, therefore, Francis Suarez, the mayor of the city of Miami, pays tribute and celebrate Hindu Heritage Month in the city of Miami 2021 by virtue of the present proclamation, Hindu Heritage Month. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Suarez, Chairman, Vice Chairman Russell, Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Joe Carrillo, I know, forgot his name, sorry. Reyes. We really appreciate it. I have served the city as a code enforcement board member for a long time, and this is something really proud that Hindus are being recognized. Yesterday we had a proclamation from the mayor of Dade County, and today city of Miami, which is my really true home. So thank you so much, the member of commission and the Miami community, for recognizing Hindus. Thank you. God bless you.
I just would like to say my name is Lakshmi Hariharan. I'm soy de la India, pero corazón Latina. And Somos Unidos, we're united in all that we do, and so we're very grateful as a resident of Miami with Commissioner Russell. And I just wanted to say, in Hinduism, Ganesha, Lord Ganesha starts off any new endeavor. And so I'd like to say a few words from Lord Ganesha to celebrate this moment. He's the elephant god. You might see him sometimes on photos, but I'd like to just start with this prayer. Om Ganana Antwa Ganapatigum Avamahe Kapim Kapinam Upavastramastavam Cheshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspata Anas Pranvan Nutibisita Sadhanam Shri Mahaganati Patiye Namaha. Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Manolo Reyes and Commissioner Watson. I know his first name, it just slipped out of my mind. Thank you so much again. We really appreciate this.
Can we get a picture?
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we have one last one. Commissioner Carrillo, you have a proclamation today.
This certificate of merit is for one of our own, one of our finest in the Miami Police Department, one of our Sergeant of Arms that has served faithfully, professionally, with a lot of valor, courage, and integrity for many years to this commission and to the mayor of the city. Wayne Tillman is what some might call a good old boy. He's originally from North Carolina, a man that I've never heard anyone say that they don't like him. The minute you meet him, you see the big heart that he has, how friendly he is. And he moved to Miami. He lives here in South Florida with his family. He's been a tremendous contribution
to our police department, to our city, and he's also a great loss that he's retired. It's very difficult to make up for such experience when you lose police officers like Sergeant of Arms Tillman. Having said that, I'd like to read the following certificate of merit. In recognition of his excellent service, the City of Miami issues this certificate of merit to Wayne Tillman. Wayne Tillman was born and raised in Waynesboro, North Carolina. He honorably served 10 years in the U.S. Air Force and rose to the rank of Staff Sergeant. While at the City of Miami, he was assigned to patrol Model City in that area, and later named as a member of the Model City PST problem-solving team. He also served as a member of the crime suppression team. He was also assigned to Special Investigation Sections, Narcotics Unit Task Force officer with ATF. He was assigned to City Hall as a Sergeant of Arms, where he ultimately finished his career. While serving the Miami Police Department, he was awarded City of Miami Officer of the Month for December 2006, and Officer of the Year for 2006, as well as Miami-Dade Chiefs of Police Officer of the Month for January 2013. Thank you for your service. We are confident that you will continue to extend and excel, to serve in our community, to advance our quality of life, and contribute to Miami. Sergeant of Arms Tillman, can you step up? Tillman's a prime example that sometimes you could bring him from out of Miami and they work out real, real good.
I'm overwhelmed. You know, I like to try to keep the focus off me and keep things where they belong towards the designated elected officials, so you have me taken aback. I know my guys in SAS won't believe that, but it's true. I'd like to thank my wife, my family, my superiors, chief, assistant chief here, major. I'd like to thank all the wonderful people I've had the pleasure of working with and for, you know, starting off in Model City, my PST crew, crime suppression, SS, so forth, and especially my squad 3. So, Commissioner Corollo, Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Watson, and all the elected officials, you guys have really got a country boy choked up. All right. Thank you again.
I must say that this is a great loss. The first time that when I was elected and Sergeant Tillman drove me around, immediately when I started talking to him, I immediately realized what a professional he was, what a human being he was, because besides being an excellent police officer, he is an excellent human being. And I'm sincerely, the only thing that I can say is, I'm going to miss you, Sergeant. I'm going to really miss you.
Now, there's quite a few of our officers that have worked with Sergeant of Arms Tillman for many years. I would also like to have a picture with him today, so maybe if we could all step down where there's more room and we could all gather and all of you could join us. Thank you all for being here. How are you? Good, sir. All right, how are you? We need you back here.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate this moment.
Chief, how are you? Good. I meaning to call you and I apologize. You know, someone that I also have to mention here today before we finalize this is Mrs. Tillman, Mrs. Tony Tillman is here. Please give her a big round of applause because she like every wife of a police officer or husband of a police officer knows better what they go through, the emotions they have to live with every day, just how much they sacrifice for us. So, Mrs. Tillman, this is for you too, because you've been a big part of this big City of Miami, Miami Police family. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, if you could.
And one last art recognition, who wasn't present when we awarded earlier, Isabela de la Grana, if you're here, please. Honorable mention, film and animation from Doral Academy. Isabela. The Vice Principal is accepting on her behalf. All right, let's get to work. Now, those of you who are expecting a long day here today, please know that we have early voting going on in the back of City Hall. If you're a resident of the city of Miami, you'd like to make your voice heard in this election, you can just make your way around the back hall, and early voting is taking place in the back hall. Good morning.
One, two, three.
I can help you. Yeah, because this is the same school. Let me help you. Let me help you with something. It's the same school. Let him. That's my mom's. That's mine. So you might use. Okay.
All right, as soon as we have a quorum, we will take up the order of the day. Mr. Clerk, are there any mayoral vetoes? No, I'm still. Thank you so much. We have a quorum. Mr. Clerk, are there any mayoral vetoes?
Chair, there are no mayoral vetoes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Manager.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair.
Are there any items that the administration would like to see deferred, continued, or withdrawn?
There are. So good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. This time, the administration would like to defer and/or withdraw the following items. RE5 to be deferred to the November 18th meeting. SR1 to be deferred to the November 18th meeting. DI1 has been a request to defer the item. We just distributed the report and the recommendations from the Miami 21 Task Force. So in order to better allow for the commission to absorb and actually process the information, there's also a request to workshop it as well. So we're requesting a deferral with no time certain. At this point, it's an indefinite deferral. so that we can allow for the scheduling of some workshopping and some formal presentations, and then we'll bring it back as a discussion item in the future.
Commissioner Watson, you're recognized.
Yes, please. Sorry, Mr. Chair. I thought we was only accepting the report and not just, we were just accepting the report in order then to move it to that process.
Agreed, but since the report wasn't really distributed till a few days ago, the request is just to allow for the opportunity for the report to be read through, and then we could properly workshop it later. There's a lot of logic and common sense to that, so, we certainly would have no issue with that.
Any other items, Mr. Manager?
The last item is PZ1, which is the request is for it to be deferred to the November 18th meeting.
Mr. Clerk, could you repeat those for the commission, please?
Yes, to defer to November 18th, RE5, to defer to November 18th, SR1, to indefinitely defer, DI1, and to defer to November 18th, PZ1.
Thank you. Are there any items that the commission would like to see withdrawn, deferred, or continued? Your microphone, please.
Mr. Manager, did the administration defer PC1?
Yes.
Okay.
Are there any items that the commission would like to add as pocket items for this agenda?
May I ask, because I was distracted.
Your microphone,
Can you
please.
Could you repeat the items that have been deferred?
Mr. Manager?
RE5 to be deferred to the November 18th meeting.
Okay,
SR1 to be deferred to the November 18th meeting.
okay,
DI1 to be indefinitely deferred.
okay.
And PZ1 to be
Okay.
deferred to the November 18th
Okay,
meeting.
I thought that I was missing something. Thank you.
Commissioner Watson, you have a pocket item?
Yeah, actually a pocket item thought it was here. Pocket item on Sawyer's Walk. I need to read it. And all right. And also, Mr. Chair, I want to get the board two additional pocket items. One is a directive. I don't have it, but one is a directive as it relates to inspections on properties that people are living in that are moldy and the like. And so I know that we've dealt with the issue of recertifications and what happened in Champlain, but there's also some abysmal living conditions that people are living in, and I want to try to find out, at least have the manager come back with Mr. Marrero, something that allows us to deal with it in a way that helps folks who are living in pretty bad conditions.
Mr. Manager, are you clear on the directive?
Yeah, no, I'm clear on it, but you're going to bring it up as a pocket item?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So we'll call that, so PI1 was with regard to Sawyer's Walk. Mr. Clerk, do you have it for the record, the item? This is authorizing, directing the manager to approve and execute joinders as mortgagee pursuant to that certain Miami Forever Bond mortgage and security agreement for Sawyer's Walk by Block 55 Residential LP related to Miami-Dade County Affordable Housing Covenant. So that's PI1, we'll call Sawyer's Walk.
And then
PI2 is the directive on, is it substandard or
yes,
minimum housing standards?
Yes, yes. And then, of course, last but not least, Mr. Chair, an offer of, I don't even know what to call it, an offer of solution, if you will, regarding the issue of our homeless issue, as opposed to homelessness, but homeless issue, as we go forward in our discussions.
So it'll be a, PI3 will be a discussion item or a
It will be
directive?
a pocket item directive, maybe.
With a potential action?
Yes.
Okay. So discussion on homeless. We have two items on this agenda also relating to homeless.
Yeah.
Are there any other pocket items that any commissioners would like to add?
Sir, I want to ask for
Absolutely. Can we do it right after the order of the day? We'll set the agenda and then we can, because you want to stand up and take a picture and everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if with your indulgence, as soon as the order of the day is done, we're almost done.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I do. If there are no other, I've got one pocket item from District 2. This is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing and directing the city attorney to take all actions regarding the repeated discharge of silt plumes into the Miami River and Biscayne Bay, resulting from the Florida Department of Transportation's roadway construction projects throughout the city of Miami. And further urging Miami-Dade County Department of Environmental Resource Management, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and the United States Environmental Protection Agency to take any and all action to ensure full compliance with the Clean Water Act. We'll call that PI4. Urging enforcement of the Clean Water Act and authorizing our city attorney to take action. All right, if there are no other continuances, deferrals, withdrawals, or pocket items, I'll look for a motion on the order of the day, please. Moved by Commissioner Correa, seconded by Commissioner Watson. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We have an agenda. Thank you very much. And now we'll move to public comment. We've already sworn in. Is there anyone here for planning and zoning items who has not been sworn in yet? The one remaining PZ item. Is there anyone here to speak on that who needs to be sworn in? All right, we've taken care of that, Mr. Clerk. So if you'd like to speak on any of today's items, including the pocket items just mentioned, the planning and zoning item remaining, and the morning's agenda, please come to both of these lecterns up here. Everyone will get 2 minutes to speak. I'd like to be very clear. We have 2 items on the homeless issue. One, we opened public comment. Oh, I apologize, Commissioner. I apologize. We're gonna.
Could you please sign here too?
Of course. We have one last proclamation, certificate of merit from Commissioner Reyes. Here's your microphone.
Let me get the signature from my brother. Sir, please sign this.
I am starting to lose it.
Yes, you are. You know, we have a person here that had received the Louis P. Science Engineer of the Year Award as an exemplary professional civil engineer. This award is presented to individuals who represent these ideas by achieving great status in the profession by being appointed to positions of importance in the civil engineering profession. Thank you for your service, Mr. Iekawa. Could you please come to receive this certificate of merit, so very well deserved? And thank you for your service. It is my pleasure. My pleasure. Although you're gonna change your name to Reyes, but it's my pleasure to have you.
Actually, this is a big surprise to me. Not just today. Oh my God. That's my wife, Judge Chiaka Ihekwaba of Miami-Dade County Court. This is a big surprise to me, not just with my wife. We left the same bedroom this morning. She told me she was going for an errand in Coconut Grove. Little did I know she was going to pop up here. Quite a big surprise. I pride myself in identifying as a far Cuban-American engineer from Nigeria. So much so that when the Cuban-American Association named me as their Engineer of the Year, I was pleasantly surprised. More so, as I've always told Commissioner Reyes, that probably changed my name in my next life to Zeri Reyes. And I really appreciate this recognition, and thank you, commissioners, and of course my boss, Mr. Adnorega, for the support and the encouragement, and as well as all the engineers in the city of Miami. This came together as a collective accomplishment. Thank you all.
Look, Zary, you got a standing ovation from your residents. All right, for public comment, I'd just like to set some rules for the road to keep decorum in City Hall and keep everything very, very civil. Everyone will have 2 minutes to speak on any item on our agenda. Please note that we already opened public comment for SR2 at the previous meeting. So if you spoke on SR2 at the last meeting, you will not be speaking today on SR2. We do have now 3 homeless-related items, PI2 from Commissioner Watson, as well as RE4 and SR2 from Commissioner Carollo. And of course, you are welcome to speak on these. 2 minutes. When you hear a beep, that means there's 30 seconds left. That's your signal to please wrap it up. When you hear the final long tone, that is the end of the 2 minutes, and we need to move on to the next person. I appreciate you all coming. I appreciate your advocacy, but I also appreciate you speaking through the chair and not directly at any commissioner or other person in the audience. There will be no name calling. There will be no derogatory language. We're going to keep things very civil with decorum. This is an open forum where it is your opportunity to petition us as your government. The commissioners have their ability to bring ordinances, and we are here to listen to you. But we are going to keep things very civil. So thank you very much. I will open. Yes, Commissioner?
Chairman, if I may ask, we used to...
A little closer to the mic, please.
We used to request of anyone that wanted to address this body, besides identifying themselves, obviously, if they would give us an address to know if they're City of Miami resident.
They can't hear you, Commissioner.
Let me try to get these mics closer. Let me try to start again. We used to have as part of our procedures, besides individuals who wanted to address the commission, identifying themselves as to who they are, they would give us an address also so that we can tell who are the City of Miami residents. I would request if we could politely request of individuals, if they could let us know their address so we could see how many are City of Miami residents, how many are not.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioner. May I speak on SR2?
Did you speak last meeting at
I
SR2?
did.
Then you may not. That was the opportunity, but you can speak on any other item on the agenda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Ape. I'm a resident of District 2.
Chair, I'm sorry, I
located-
just cannot hear.
The microphones are bent. If you could straighten them and bring them a little closer to your mouth, we'll be able to hear you a little better. Thank you.
There we go. Hi, my name is Abby Ape. I'm a resident of District 2. I live at 244 Biscayne Boulevard in downtown Miami. I want to thank you for adding noise to the commission agenda as a point of discussion, which is DI2. Establishments have continually broken the code. Some establishments like Riverside have continued to get violations after violations, but then there is no follow-up or aftermath to it, right? Like what's next after these violations? So I think that our city code most definitely needs to add some teeth to the noise ordinance. I think that it's possible to live amicably with establishments like Riverside. They do it on Miami Beach, right? You have booming restaurants next to residential facilities, and they somehow have managed to work and live amicably. I think that that's possible for Brickell and downtown as well. And so we ask for your help. Commissioners, please help the residents of District 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Abigail, before you leave, could you pass by my office and leave your contact information? Because in the future, once we have openings for code enforcement or nuisance abatement boards, et cetera, you're the kind of person that we would like to consider.
Thank you. I'm in communication with Will. He's been very helpful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your advocacy. One note, as you finish public speaking, please exit the building if you can't find a seat, because we're at full capacity, but there are people outside who'd like to come in to speak, and they can't come in until current speakers are out. So once you finish speaking, either find a seat, or you can go in the back of City Hall and vote, because we have early voting available right now. Good morning, you're welcome.
Hey, good morning, commissioners. My name is Derek Holmes. I'm speaking on behalf of Transit Alliance Miami. I wanted to speak against FR1 and in support of the scooter program. We've made this point before, but the program has been a huge success. We have people using these things all day, every day. It has created millions of dollars of revenue for the city. It's created hundreds of jobs, and it really just represents the future of mobility. Yes, challenges have arisen when we're talking about the scooter program, and I would like to point out that the bulk of these issues are not necessarily about micromobility themselves, but really it's about the fact that we have, pedestrians, cyclists, e-bikes, scooters, skateboarders. Everyone is sharing this tiny little sliver of space in the sidewalks. They're fighting over it. And the reason why people are fighting over this tiny sliver of space, because that's the only space where people feel safe. If you are not in a car, that is the only space you have to travel where you feel safe doing so. So when we're thinking about the program, how we can make it better, how we can improve upon micromobility in Miami, we should really be thinking about how we can provide the proper infrastructure to support micromobility, to support the future of mobility in the city of Miami. What that would look like is providing more dedicated safe spaces for people to be able to use these things to get around. And that's going to look like, widened sidewalks, protected lanes. It's going to look like docking stations where people can secure and charge these devices. And, even outside the rental program, people are buying their own e-bikes, their own e-scooters. So providing the proper infrastructure so that people can use these devices is the direction we should be going in. And I think we should be shifting the conversation toward how we do that instead of pointing fingers and trying to completely, destroy the program. It's a pilot. The purpose of it was to experiment and learn from it and figure out how we can make it better. And I would love to see this commission move the conversation toward that, how we make it better, how we provide the proper infrastructure to support micromobility in the city of Miami. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And,
Perfectly timed, 2 minutes.
Before you go, where do you go to school at here?
I don't go to school here.
You know? Where did you go to school at before?
I went to school at Robert Morgan Educational Center.
Where's that at?
That's down south in Miami-Dade Commission District 9, near West Perrine.
Well, they've done an excellent job with you. You express yourself very, very good.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah,
That's all that I wanted to say.
Thank you. Please hold your applause, though. We appreciate your enthusiasm, but we don't want boos either. And so keep it inside.
Good morning. My name is Ana Sofia Pelaez. I'm a resident of City of Miami, District 3. And I'm here as a member of the Public Land for Public Good Coalition to speak about PH5. Our coalition, it's made up of 30 grassroots organizations. We've developed a list of principles for developing public land to ensure it's done equitably and sustainably. I'm here to talk about the importance of the community engagement process. We are not interested in derailing projects, we've said that before. What we do want is a public land conveyance public land conveyance protocols that are efficient, transparent, and where the community is involved from inception to completion. Should this development move forward, we ask that it incorporate a community engagement strategy and input from the community in the final design. There remain future contracts where public land will be subject to deployment. This means that we need a transparent policy in place that articulates the rules of early stage community engagement, as well as goals for the use of city-owned land. We would like to see a policy that incorporates community engagement by trusted partners to ensure that a project benefits multiple stakeholders, from residents to workers to small business owners. Many of you have already shown support for this initiative, and we urge you to adopt legislation that establishes community-centered protocols for public land conveyance that could become a guide for the Alapata land and for public land conveyance across the county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Justin Coffey. Thank you all for your time. I wanted to acknowledge Commissioner Watson's making space for a further discussion of how we can deal with homelessness in the area. I think it's very commendable. And I don't have much to say because I come here as an advocate and I want to actually amplify the voices of homeless people. So if any have that experience, please feel free to just speak on your experience so that people can better understand what is at stake when safe spaces are erased. So I'm addressing item SR2, which is the ban on encampments on public property. Earlier, a speaker had mentioned the importance of safe spaces, and I can only imagine what would happen once our safe spaces are eradicated for all people. I also have to say, I have to mention it, that I did hear about a proposal of the so-called Adopt a Homeless initiative, and I would like my own proposal to adopt compassion, adopt empathy, adopt understanding, because these are human beings, and you are elected officials to represent them. And that is all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning. Next comment, please.
Can I say something before you go?
Absolutely.
First of all, I want to thank you for expressing yourself very professionally. Whether we agree or disagree, you've been very professional, and that's commendable. Which district in the city do you live in?
I'll give you my address. It's 1551 Southwest 104th Passage.
104?
Yes, 104.
104 Avenue? Or-
Passage. 104th Passage.
Okay, that's outside of the city of Miami, but you have a right to still come here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Schmidt, and I'm a social work student intern at the downtown Miami Main Library. That address is 101 West Flagler Street. I'm here to oppose SR2 and to humbly offer more humane and economically sensible alternatives. My fellow interns and I have the privilege of working with homeless people who all demonstrate utmost resilience and resourcefulness. We meet patrons wherever they're at in their journeys, as many lack adequate support systems. Many of our patrons have the genuine desire to better themselves, but barriers persist in securing stable housing. While shelters provide crucial services, they are not a panacea to fixing the issue of homelessness. A fragmented homeless assistance and housing system, unlivable wages, lack of affordable, high-quality healthcare, and untreated mental illness are just some factors that exacerbate the challenges of homelessness. Even something as simple as not being able to afford the fee to obtain a photo ID, social security card, or birth certificate can prevent a person from applying for benefits, jobs, or access to safe shelter and housing. To compound this fact is that even people who are deemed deserving of help cannot access shelter due to an incredibly high demand. Cycling people through the criminal justice and hospital systems puts a much greater strain on the economy than providing long-term housing solutions. It costs nearly $2,000 a night to keep someone in a hospital bed, compared to about $10,000 a year to provide wraparound services in a permanent supportive housing environment. SR2 benefits nobody involved, from the homeless people themselves to the law enforcement officers put in the position to cause harm to these civilians just trying to survive. Invest resources in long-term housing, and consider creating a specialized task force for homeless people who cannot access shelters. Miami stands with their homeless neighbors. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks for your comment. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Silvia Perez, resident of the Brickell Key, District 2. I'm here to talk and support RE4 on Adopt the Homeless program and SR2 on prohibition of encampments. Thank you very much, Commissioner Carollo. As a resident of the Brickell Key, there's no homeless, but I'm here because I care about the community, I care about the city, and I care about homeless people. Everyone deserves a clean bed and a hot meal. The safe spaces that other speakers have spoken about should be the shelters that we finance with our taxpayers' money. We should be made clean and safe. We all want a clean and safe city. And I want to commend you for taking care and listening to all residents, for taking action to show that you don't want Miami to become San Francisco or LA. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Julian Romero, and I'm a resident of District 2. I'm here to speak on DI2. Basically, there's establishments such as Riverside Miami and others that have a semi-free pass to be a nuisance to our community by being allowed to play loud music until 2 a.m. every weekend with nothing more than a $500 citation from City Code. There needs to be more severe consequences when the establishments such as Riverside, Miami continuously violate city code as well as the terms written in their temporary use permits, other than just receiving a citation. That's all I have.
Thank you for your comment.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
For how long approximately has this loud music at nights has been going on in this particular establishment or establishments?
This
in the Brickell
started,
area?
this started in March of 2020, and the only silver lining of the coronavirus pandemic was the fact that we actually had some peace and quiet.
Well, let me tell you why I feel so strongly in support of what you and many residents across the city of Miami and all districts have been coming to this commission on. The noise that some of these places, basically they're bars or they are restaurants that are masquerading as restaurants, but they're really bars. They're alcohol establishments.
Or nightclubs.
Yeah. And to give you an example of why I have brought different ordinance before us, and I'm fighting so strong for our residents in this. Over in my district, when I first got elected, I had a place that, you know, they're very wise in PR and spend their money well in PR. And they were closed down, not because anybody up here, certainly not me or the city, were persecuting a poor businessman, but because in the back where they were making the bulk of their money, for 6 years, they did not have any permits to sell alcohol. They had a big bar back there, and they lied, committed perjury to the state of Florida in their application and lied to the city. They didn't have any warrants, meaning they had no permits to serve any food, and they had no permits to have music, certainly nowhere near until 3 in the morning. And this went on for approximately 6 years until the city took action. You had a manager and administration that were honest and put a stop to it. And I'm not even going into the other areas where they built hundreds of thousands of dollars, including a second story with a hidden elevator, with no permits, no fire sprinklers, and I could go on and on. And my God, the front of the place, the back, inside, the roof, everything was changed, and not a single code enforcement inspector, building inspector, ever saw anything. But I'm the guy that is accused of persecuting a poor businessman. And this is not the only establishment that these same characters pulled that in. And this has been going on with different people, different players, across our districts, and it's got to stop, because we cannot allow our city to be run by the alcohol industry and those that make a bundle of money and a lot of cash money at that, in ways that are disturbing the quality of life of you in District 2, of the people in District 1, in District 3, District 4, and District 5. So even though you're not part of my district, and I'm very respectful of commissioners in other districts, you could all feel free to call my office when you find situations like this, because we're creating all kinds of new ways of combating this. Because what you all are asking for, what you're saying, is correct. It's been a joke how we've been enforcing this. The fines are a joke. These people make thousands, tens of thousands of dollars a night. And even if they ever get hit with a $500 fine, that's a joke. let's say, paying a tip to them, part of doing business. And then the games begin, or at least they used to real big, in how they would come to code enforcement and who was managing how that would go. So you all have very, very valid complaints, and I think that the more that residents like you come before this body and express them, the quicker that this city is going to have to take real action.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll continue the discussion when DI2 comes up. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Desiree Lazrado. I'm here in support of RE4, SR2. Thank you, Commissioner Carollo. District 2 is the stepchild of South Florida. And I wonder who the commissioner is. I'm not going to take names because we cannot direct any personal stuff to any of the commissioners. But I'm here out of frustration, not only about the homelessness, about the scooter problems, about the loud music, the filth, the crime, where, by the way, police crime statistics never match a resident statistic in Bayfront Park because we are told that we need to call the police when the event is happening. Let me tell you, I live in One Miami, one of the worst places to live, because we suffer everything right there on the Riverwalk. Nobody cares about loud music, we are being attacked every day by the homeless people. Mind you, when I address it, it's not everybody who's homeless is a criminal. But unfortunately, we are suffering there. I've come here for the first time. I've sent out in 4 years, directing it to you, Mr. Ken Russell, at least 1,000 emails, 1,000 emails. Never saw you, ghosted, you ghosted District 2. Only when the scooters were there, knocking down pedestrians, my niece was hurt. This is all personal to me. And mind you, whoever's in this room who want to support the homeless, put yourself in our shoes. And it's not only about the homeless, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I have sympathy. I come from a country called India, most poverty-stricken, third world country in the world. We feed our homeless, we love our homeless, but they need a safe shelter to be in, as well as they need to be taken off the streets. Because the aggravation and all of this makes them also crazy.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name's Leticia Alvarez. I'm a resident in District 2. I live at 31 Southeast 5th Street. And my neighbor who was here at the same lectern spoke about a business called Riverside Miami, but it's a problem all over the district. But they're right next door at 25 Southeast 5th Street. My apartment looks directly over it. And they have a temporary use permit. They're not allowed to play loud music, just as part of the permit. But apart from that, there are rules on the books in the city of Miami that says after 11 p.m., you're not allowed to play super loud music that I can hear in my condo, behind hurricane-proof glass with the TV on, So it's a problem, and I basically am here to speak about that. Other people have been here talking about the same issues. So I really, really hope that something can be done about it, because it really does affect our quality of life. And it's really difficult. I mean, there have been times, I have a job. I took time off from work to come here. On a Thursday night, 1 a.m. It's difficult. So that's why, I made the sacrifice to come here and just talk about that issue so that you're aware of it and, that you can kind of help us in our area because it's an issue.
Thank you for your
Mr. Chair.
comments. Mr. Reyes, you're recognized.
Yes, and I agree with you. Something got to be done. I'm going to request that when the discussion item comes up, that we stress and also find a way that we enforce the rules that are on the books. That I think that is one of the biggest problems that we have, because even I don't have so many bars like that in my district, but I have a lot of residents of also homes that have been rented, and there are parties that go into the wee hours of the night, bypassing the regulation that at a certain time at 11 o'clock you have to shut the music down, or at 12 o'clock at night. And enforcement is a great problem, and you hit it right on the nail, man. Right on the head.
Yeah.
You hit the nail right on the head. And that is the biggest problem that we have, enforcement.
The lack of enforcement.
The lack of enforcement.
They exist.
The rules are in the book. Why they are not being enforced? That's the biggest question and the biggest problem that we have, and we got to address that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Greetings, Commissioners. My name is Matt Marr, and I'm an associate professor in FIU's Green School of International and Public Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to share my insights. I've conducted...
Professor, I'm sorry.
Sure.
International and Public Affairs, is that the International Relations Department now?
International Relations Department is in the school, as well as a few other departments.
One of my bachelor's degrees from FIU is in international relations. So
Excellent.
I'm one of your graduates.
Pause up. Thank you for the opportunity to share my insights. I've done research and applied work on homelessness for nearly 30 years. I recently published a peer review article on how people get out of homelessness in Miami and 3 other global cities. The recipe is simple. It's housing and financial subsidies and income subsidies and connections to social service organizations, family, and friends. Also, this recipe helped people achieve feelings of security about their lives and their future. In contrast, criminalization, like proposed in the proposed motion, threatened this sense of security. There's a massive interdisciplinary research literature that shows the effectiveness of permanent supportive housing using a housing-first approach. In Miami, this approach has worked. People stay in housing. Their health, income, and social networks improve. If this approach is used at scale, it reduces street homelessness and saves on costly public services. Over the past decade, FIU students and I have conducted over 100 life history interviews with unhoused and formerly unhoused people here in Miami. The most common neighborhoods they grew up in were Overtown, Liberty City, Alapata, Brownsville, Carroll City, Opelika, West Grove, and South Miami. Houselessness is a homegrown problem resulting from systemic racial inequality and a lack of affordable housing. Please believe the science, vote no on SR2, and support a large-scale permanent supportive housing program. Now is the time with COVID relief and other funds. It's the only sensible way forward for all Miamians, unhoused and housed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
You told us where you work at, but what district in the city of Miami do you live in?
I do live in South Miami, but I do conduct research in the city of Miami.
It's not in the city of Miami, okay.
And FIU is Miami's public university.
Okay.
Thank you for your
comments. But you don't live in the city of Miami. I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Julie Dick. I'm here on behalf of Dade Heritage Trust, whose membership includes thousands of residents from the city, throughout the city of Miami and all of your districts. I'm here to speak today on DI1, which was deferred indefinitely. I understand the deferral, and I believe that report came out with fairly short time to review it. I am concerned that it is deferred indefinitely and not for a date set in the future. The city of Miami has invested quite a bit of resources and gotten some very important feedback over the years in terms of resilience, in terms of improving the quality of life for residents and mobility, and our land use, as well as how to address issues like flooding and temperature management and just protect the public health and quality of life and make it a great place to live for everyone who lives here and visits it. without incorporating this best knowledge and all these strategies and plans into the land development code and the code in terms of how the city is operating, how developments take place, what happens and does not happen in buildings, then it really is minimal in terms of the effect that all this work can have. It's critical that the city moves forward with updating its code, and we really hope that through that process, you're able to understand and value a lot of the green infrastructure, including, we have so many beautiful heritage trees, or what we hope can be a heritage tree designation for the city in the future, that really define the character of the community, but also provide tremendous value in terms of filtration and shading that are critical for our quality of life. There's a lot that can be done in terms of incorporating these types of elements into the land development code that we think can benefit the city financially, and also just really help to implement the strategies and plans that the city's already invested in to make the city more livable for everyone. So hopefully we'll be talking about this item soon in the near future, and I urge you to get it on the agenda soon.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair,
And then
Mr.
just
Chair,
yes, Commissioner.
Mr.
You're
Chair,
recognized.
and I spoke a little, at the beginning of, when I first got here, she was in my office. And I do understand your support of having more trees in our city, and every one of us is a supporter. And I did inform her that the city of Miami, we have a very robust tree planting program. And every time that any of the streets, and that's a policy, it is redone, they incorporate trees into the public works that we're doing. And I believe, as I told you, I'm a country boy. I know what the importance of trees and how the trees work. So you will have an opportunity when we discuss this item, just to express your concerns. But I just wanted to inform that we are not sitting down and not planting trees. We are planting plenty of trees in our city and most of the districts. In my district, we have been very, very aggressive in tree planting. So thank you for your collaboration, your support on it, and for your input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I do commend the city on the work they've done. I think there is some definite room for improvement, and we look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. And just for the public's information, the words indefinite deferral is a bit of a misnomer. It can come back at any time, at any meeting with proper notice. If no action is taken, it definitely comes back within 6 months. But indefinite deferral gives us the flexibility to bring it back earlier. It doesn't mean it's just never coming back. So at the latest 6 months, but could come earlier. That's indefinite deferral. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chaplain Stanley Young. I'm a chaplain, minister, and evangelist, and a champion for the homeless. Miami-Dade has a very bad homeless problem, and someone really needs to get out of the office and get on the streets to find out. I'm going to give you quickly my testimony. When I moved to Miami-Dade County, I was homeless. I lived in my car. I lived outside of pools of hotels, and I was harassed by police officers telling me to leave a certain area. That shouldn't be happening in Miami-Dade County. Someone really needs to come up with a comprehensive plan far as to getting out on the street and to find out why people are homeless. People are homeless for a reason. I heard that Miami-Dade is thinking and consider homelessness as something illegal. That is ridiculous. Homelessness is no one select to be homeless. They are homeless because they have failed through the cracks of your system, that we need to do something to assist the homeless. I started the homeless ministry. It's called Freedom Prison and Jail Ministry, that helps people who are incarcerated in your jails and prisons. I have done that type of work for over 25 years. And I enjoy walking the streets, talking to the homeless, trying to encourage them to be a part of our great society. Help me help the homeless. That's what I came to ask you to do, to help me to help the homeless. and to assist them into getting out of the situation that they're in. I am praying for the homeless. I am assisting the homeless. I'm praying for each and every one of you council members to have the right mind and the right heart to actually to do something about homelessness in this in your community. One organization that helped me.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you.
Sir, if I may ask you, what district do you live in the city?
I do work in the Wynwood and Overtime District.
I'm not asking where you work at.
Okay, I live at 99th Street, Miami.
99th Street?
Yes.
That's not the city of Miami.
I know it's not the city of Miami, but I
wanted to
work.
get on the record.
I work in there.
I understand, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
And one last question. You asked for help. How much is the budget that you presently have? In other words, how much money do you take in your last fiscal year for your organization? For you
My
to
last
be able to
fiscal
help?
year, of course, we went through COVID. But I'm looking to establish a homeless shelter in the city of Miami. Real soon, my budget for next year will be $5 million.
$5 million?
$5 million to establish and train chaplains, people who have a heart and a passion for homeless people. I don't want people who come into work to get a salary, okay? I'm not working to get a salary. I've been doing this work without a salary for years, sir. And I love what I do for the Lord. So that's my budget for next year. By end of this year, I'm looking to feed some people and clothe some people.
God bless you, sir, but one thing I do want to clarify that I don't know where you're getting this information from. Nobody here is presenting any resolution, any ordinance to criminalize people for just being homeless. On the contrary.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Sure.
Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized.
I'm glad that you made that, to clarify that, because I will never vote in favor of criminalizing homeless or unemployed people or anything like that, you see. And, but that is not the intent, for what I've gathered, of this commission. This commission doesn't want to criminalize anybody.
Good morning. My name is Luis Garcia, and I live in District 2. And I'm here to share my thoughts about the discussion item number 2. Riverside has a tent called Main Lounge, and they have outside speakers, and not the restaurants. That I want to leave that clear. And the bass noise and the loud music every Thursday to Sunday until the venue closed. We experienced that issue. This consistent behavior is heavily impacting my family, our jobs, and the lack of sleep also is affecting our quality of life, peace and health, as well as our property investments. Tenants have left the apartments in the second or third month of living there, and many sales have dropped because of this issue. Looking for coexistence and believing in the initial Riverside project proposed to the community, the residents have explored different angles to fix this issue in a friendly manner. Here I have some documents that I would like to share with you. Between them, we have 2 surveys that we share with the Riverside owner and management, showing how Riverside noise pollution was affecting the community. The documents shows that back in February 2021, that around 120 responders have a big problem with this situation. Riverside representatives say that they will improve the issue, and then in May 2021, there was another document survey in the building showing that nothing had changed. So I'm asking just to have the opportunity to improve the code enforcement and add more teeth to it. So if I may, I would like to share these documents with you to show you how we are finding coexistence between us. Can I?
Thank you for your comments. And again, once you're finished speaking, please leave the building so more people can come in. I understand that we do have people outside waiting to speak as well. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Gabby Cordell. I'm with the Choose Love Foundation and Miracle Messages. I am here with Patricia Jackson, and I'm going to read a statement from her. My name is Patricia Jackson, and I am deaf. I am also the co-founder of Homeless Lives Matter Miami-Dade. I have been homeless not only in the city of Miami, but have seen and lived the so-called humane treatment of this city by having my personal property taken and destroyed by the city and the police, threatened by harm or arrest. I'm here on behalf of those 100 who cannot hear and who have also been harmed or brutalized by the city ordinances and the police. I stand by my husband's words. We are living the Les Miserables syndrome. I too am ready to fight these ordinances and allowances of corrupt and brutal tactics by the city and the police are unconstitutional and unjust. While being homeless, I have witnessed the inhumane beating of another homeless person by the police who was also deaf. If the time to make a change in a significant matter, now is that time. I have seen encampments destroyed as well as my own, and being told that if I did not vacate, I was to be arrested. I have even had my wallet taken and 3 of my SSDI checks, which at the time provided my cell phone, feminine hygiene products, food, and the ability to wash my clothes. The worst of this is that my hearing aids and my medicine was taken. The police refused to train officers in American Sign Language to the point that any person who is deaf or hard of hearing can enter into a charge of not obeying a lawful order or disorderly conduct and resisting arrest. This is a clear violation of our First Amendment rights. We are afraid. In closing, I say this. Will I lose my dignity? Will someone care? Will I wake up tomorrow from this nightmare? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Yaneliz Valdez, and I'm a City of Miami resident in District 2, and I'm here to express opposition to Agenda Item SR2 and RE4. We should be doing all we can to help our neighbors and community members experiencing one of the biggest hardships of their lives. You mentioned that the intent is not to criminalize homelessness or houselessness, but by making encampments illegal and defining what they are so broadly, makes it harder for people to have some stability or sense of ownership over what they're experiencing. And it indeed does criminalize people. We should instead be thinking about how to get them into permanent housing. I work with Engage Miami, and this summer, we distributed care packages to folks experiencing houselessness. We took time to speak with them and give them a space to share their hopes and their struggles. What came up time and time again is inaccess to medical care and the overwhelming need for medication, especially for chronic conditions like diabetes. The need for mental health resources, the barriers in getting financial assistance. This is what we should be focusing all of our efforts on, not making it further difficult and unsafe for people to live in our community. We should not be criminalizing people and ignoring the systemic reasons we have such a large housing crisis and houseless population because of. I urge you to please vote no on this inhumane ordinance, and instead think of a plan to support folks experiencing homelessness and develop permanent housing. I also oppose RE4 and believe it is removing the responsibility from you all as lawmakers to really address the issue. We need a task force and a comprehensive plan to bring forth solutions to get people into housing, not into jails. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Janie Jackson. I'm from the beautiful Liberty City. I'm with the Miami's Workers Center, and we all here today to represent the houseless. It's one thing for y'all to run them away, but when y'all start running us who pay taxes away from feeding them, giving them clothes, giving them hygiene, and giving them the PPE that they need to survive due to COVID. You guys are threatening us as well. And putting those people in jail is not a solution. It's a big problem because they put them in jail. It's supposed to be a rehabilitated center, but it's not. They're being beat up in that place. They are being disrespected. They're not getting their medication. Just because they got some numbers behind their name, they're being called inmates and not humans. For all you guys that's sitting up on this panel, no disrespect to any person. But remember, we live in a world and it's round. And that what goes around comes around. And it could be any of you guys, family, loved one, or children. in the place where our loved one and the rest of the houseless is at. And we that's sitting in the audience as spectators, we 2 or 3 checks away from being houseless. What are you guys gonna do about it? Are you gonna help the organization build housing for these people so they can get the correct mental status that they need to move on with life and become productive citizens? I'm a product of houseless people. I've been thrown in jail. I have been told I'll never amount to anything. But guess what? Because of God sits so high and looks so low, all that is a lie. And a lot of those people are good peoples.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Camilo Mejia. I'm the Networks Director at Catalyst Miami. We're at 3000 Biscayne Boulevard. I also live here in Coconut Grove, 3482 Furrow Avenue. Commissioner Russell, you're my commissioner. I'm here to speak against SR2. You already have heard a lot of arguments against it, but I just want to point out that anything that criminalizes a person for refusing to go to a shelter is criminalizing, because all you have to do is just take a drive around downtown outside of the shelters and you'll see that there's a lot of people sleeping on the sidewalks. That also doesn't take into account why a person is living there. It's not by choice, but because they face a number of issues that cannot be resolved simply by putting a roof over someone's head or taking, a person into someone's home. You have to address the social issues that led to the person getting to where they are. Homelessness is part of a bigger problem that we have here, a systemic problem that places profit over human needs. And so if we address the issue of homelessness through the criminalizing lens, you're not going to not only address the issue itself, but you're also not taking into account that in the city and the county that we live, we have tens of thousands of people who are one misfortune away from becoming homeless. And so if you don't address this, more broadly, and you bring people who are impacted by the issue to the table to address access to economic development, access to education, access to healthcare, and all these other things, then you may end up with a nice policy that is going to be completely fruitless. So please do not criminalize, do not pass any ordinances that criminalize homeless people, and give yourselves enough time to bring people who are directly impacted by the issue and those who work with those people so that we can all be part of a solution.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
And just a reminder for anyone who's just arriving, public comment for SR2 was taken up 2 weeks ago, and if you spoke at that meeting on SR2, you're not to speak again on that item. You're welcome to speak on RE4 and PI3, which are also homeless related, but the clerk has all the sign-up sheets from before, so I ask you not to repeat yourself from 2 weeks ago. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Emily Jimenez, and I'm in opposition of Ordinance SR2. I'm currently a senior at Florida International University studying political science. I'm here to give you guys some facts. So there are roughly over 4,000 unsheltered and sheltered people residing in Miami-Dade. That is not including people that are couch surfing. During my time working with the chronically homeless through my organization called the BC Community Project, I've heard many stories that I've resonated with. Many were residing on the streets because they could not afford their medical bills. They were victims of physical abuse. They lost their jobs through COVID, could not afford rent, or were kicked out of their homes. None of the reasons that I've listed for being homeless should justify anybody to be incarcerated. In fact, that should be a reason for assistance. For every dollar in countywide property taxes paid, 13 cents funds public health systems, 3 cents goes towards parks, and 2 cents goes towards social services. If you add all that up, that's still less than 22 cents of every property tax dollar that pays for the county's $384 million per year towards jail systems. The money can go towards creating safe spaces that can be used for transitional housing, while dedicated housing first organizations work towards finding permanent solutions. As a Florida International University student and founder of BC Community Project, I know that there's a willingness of the community and of students that are able and willing to volunteer their time to provide medical resources, food assistance, and assistance in creating safe spaces out of the willingness of their hearts. You today have the power to vote no on this ordinance and use those funds to create solutions with the help of the community members like myself and capable students with viable ideas that can be implemented. I would very much appreciate speaking with you on building a better Miami, one that does not criminalize being poor, but rather one that offers solutions and resources to pull yourself up instead of digging a bigger hole. Please vote no on SR2. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Fania Celestine. I am the Director of Development at Buddy System MIA. I'm here to disagree with SR 2 anti-camping ordinance that would criminalize homeless community members. In my work as a community organizer, I've worked with many Miamians experiencing homelessness, including Tomas. We met Tomas at a food distribution in 2020. He was living on the streets for 3 months because he lost his job due to COVID and couldn't keep up with his bills. This individual was 67 years old and only spoke Spanish. He had no family here in Miami. He didn't understand the system well enough to advocate for himself. And he had several medical problems and insurmountable health care debts. 2 days later, we were able to find Tomas a shelter through this organization called Hermanos de la Calle. Almost a year later, Tomas is back on his feet with a shelter above him and a community behind him. The answer is funding with more organizations that support houseless communities like Hermanos de la Calle, affordable housing initiatives, sober center, mental health programs, debt relief programs, and food insecurity initiatives in our community. Thank you so much for your time and have such a beautiful day.
Thank you, you too. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mariam Hosseini. I'm a business strategist and I've taken time off of work today to speak on behalf of DI2, a discussion surrounding the establishments, including Riverside on Southeast 5th Street in Brickell. I have been a resident of Brickell on the River North Tower, the tower directly next door to the establishment at question, for the past 8 years. This is my community. I have experienced development, construction, and noise as Brickell evolved into what it is today. In fact, my apartment faces the river, and for the majority of the past 2 years, I have spent nearly every day and night in this apartment due to the pandemic. My concern regarding this matter is not that it has received greater attention than the constant unregulated noise interrupting everything I do at any hour of day going up and down Miami River, from meetings to sleep. It's the amount of attention that has been placed on reporting noise violations at this establishment that make up a small minority of our days without a clear explanation of a result of these reports and path to solution. Now, I understand that the peace and quiet of our residents is an absolute right and priority, but my concern is the cost at which this resolution will take place. The employees of this establishment and our residents deserve an amicable resolution of an establishment that preserves and contributes to the diverse makeup of Brickell, community and landscape. A lack of clear resolution, path to enforcement, and solution of a noise complaint today is a predecessor of the potential of another years-long private development at the cost of residents who have been left in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Paul LaCroix. I'm the general manager of said venue that some of the residents here have spoke of. I want to start off by saying we appreciate all the issues that they brought forth. We appreciate you, commissioners, who take this very seriously. I want to start off by saying we, for the most part, have done everything to ensure that there's actual communication. We're going forth with shutting down all of the bays. We shut down all the bays. We had one guest say that at Thursday at 1 a.m. they hear music. We shut down at 11 o'clock on Thursdays. On Sundays, we have a permit till 12 midnight. We shut down at 10 just to avoid the late complaints. I myself have walked countless times with code, with police, just to show all the different things we're doing so that there are no issues. We want to work together. We do not want this issue to be in front of you guys. We do not want code and the police to constantly come due to complaints. We want to work together. The problem we're having is there might be a couple of individuals who are doing everything in their power to shut us down, but understand this, there are over 120 employees that will not have jobs based on this. And when I say I'm responsible for that, I do everything in my power to make sure that they will keep their jobs. So I bring the sound down. We shut down all bass, so there is no vibration that these residents should feel. We do not hire DJs. If you know Miami, most venues hire big-time DJs. We don't do that just to avoid any sound complaints. We're doing everything in our power to make sure my staff has their jobs. And we will continue to do that if you give us that opportunity. I have a letter here from one of the residents as well that I just want to read a small little bit that they wrote. This, unfortunately, is the case between the condo association and our neighbor, Riverside, Miami. Instead of trying to work together and resolve their differences, our association decided to go to war and manipulate our residents into calling in noise complaints so that Riverside could get shut down. Unfortunately, now this will start a course of events much worse than any of the noise that we regularly hear from them. We hear worse from boats, cars, slingshot stereo, neighbors, construction, metro movers, emergency vehicles, and jets in the MIA constantly over us. So Riverside, now we have to deal with 2 large towers being built instead of just dealing with Riverside and having a communication where we can work together.
Thank you. Time's up. Thank you for your comments. Good morning. You don't need to give your last name or address as a minor. You're very welcome to speak here, but first name is sufficient.
First name, then go to your thing, okay? Hi.
Whenever you're ready, it's fine. Take your time.
Go. Hi, my name is Emmett. We shouldn't put people in jail just for being homeless. Here's why. They're our neighbors. Always, and I repeat, always help out your neighbors.
She's going to help you with the microphone just a little bit so we can hear you. Can you? I'm so sorry. Can you?
The jails are already overcrowded, and we don't want any more ways to put people in them. If you can arrest them, you can give them a home. Spending money on a bed is spending money on a bed. Commissioners, as long as Miami exists, there won't be a single homeless person that is in jail. What are we? Arkansas? Done.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for speaking. I'll suspend the no clapping rule for a minor that takes time out of their day to make public comment and address us. Thanks for coming. Did you want to add?
Yes. Do I have 2 minutes, or is it part of his?
Yes, you have full 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Danielle Rivera. I live at 2300 Southwest 3rd Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33129. I'm here to speak against the camping ordinance. Simply put, ever since I moved to the city of Miami, I have been on the verge of homelessness myself. Me, my son, and my husband, who has to work 2 jobs to still pay 70% of our income for an apartment. When we first moved here, there was a slumlord with horrible, unsafe conditions. My city commissioner never bothered to call me back. It took over a month working with the code department just to get hot water. It was consistent, and he filed an eviction retaliatory. He called DCF to put me in a nursing home, not just my child. Every resident in the building was elderly or disabled, and it was subsidized. There was no help. I was on my own. And if I made a mistake, we would have been on the street. If I did not have my educational background, we would have been screwed. And City of Miami didn't care. Commissioner Higgins did. Channel 10 did. Nobody here cared. If we were on the street, you would arrest us instead of helping us. You had the chance, and you continuously have ignored me since I moved to the city. You want to arrest me if I make a mistake, but you guys constantly make mistakes and then ignore us. Vote no if you have a heart. If not, we know you're all worthless.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Compare. I would like to speak on DI2. I am a master's student at Florida International University. I am an honors student, and I graduate in December. I work as a behavior therapist with autistic children, and I'm currently an unpaid intern, and I volunteer in this community. My only day off is Sunday, and I usually spend that day doing homework assignments. I work at Riverside, Miami, and it generates the bulk of my income. That job keeps me afloat, It keeps me in school. I am the child of Cuban and Haitian immigrants who cannot afford to put me through school, so I work hard to do it myself. Unfortunately, due to noise complaints, we are at risk of being shut down. We accommodate the residents of the neighboring buildings. The music is played only on the indoor part of the business. We are open 4 days a week. We close at 10 p.m. on Sundays and 11 p.m. on Thursdays, so I'm not sure why someone mentioned that they hear music at 1 a.m. We stay open until 2 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays, and there are places in Miami that stay open until 4 and 5 in the morning or 24 hours. I want you to multiply my story by 120. That is the number of employees whose lives will be turned upside down if we are shut down, not to mention the number of small business owners who do business there. I implore you to help us to come to an amicable solution where we do not have to lose our jobs. It breaks my heart for me to hear you side with the residents without having heard our side. We are humans and we deserve to be considered.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Hello, hi all, my name is Norma Uriostegui. I'm here with the Miami Workers Center and we're located at 720 Northwest 55th Street, Miami, Florida, 33127. During the last reading of SR2, Commissioner Carollo brought up a point that I want to highlight and underline, which is the subject of slumlords and uninhabitable conditions that people are living in. As a housing organizer, it is my job to go out into the field and build relationships with and develop the leadership of working class tenants. Lately, we've been focusing on District 3 and District 5 in particular. Now, I'm surprised he even brought it up considering how common of a problem it is within these districts and how the pattern of harassment from slumlords, impossible rent prices, and detrimental conditions lead to violent displacement, and how it's a big part of the reason a lot of people find themselves without a home to begin with. The pandemic has exacerbated a crisis, a housing crisis that already existed with the thousands of evictions filed during a time of extreme economic hardship for a lot of residents amidst a public health crisis. Tenants need protections. Houseless tenants need protections. What currently exists is not enough, and the ordinance being proposed will only lead to more violence. We are currently working on a Tenant Bill of Rights campaign, which is proposed legislation created alongside our base of working class tenants. We would love a meeting with you commissioners to talk about it, where we can invite some of your constituents to actually address some of these issues and propose our solutions. But if you just want to put houseless people out of sight, you can just name that, because we've been knocking on doors all over the city of Miami. And your poor residents, your working class residents, your elder residents, your immigrant, disabled, low income, fixed income, residents with families, your constituents who are one paycheck away from houselessness and displacement because of wealthy people that you're making a decision to cater to, they deserve to know. We will be here whenever you're ready to make better use of your time with something other than entertaining the idea of your little adoption program. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Anjuli Castaño. I live at 1060 Northeast 119th Street. I am against SR2 because I disagree with the criminalization of homelessness and find it to be a harmful and dated response. The horrific stories of medication, wheelchairs, IDs, and more being taken in the encampment sweeps will only multiply if punitive action is deemed as an appropriate response to those experiencing homelessness. The ordinance empowers officers to arrest those who seek safety on public property so long as they have offered shelter. I'm tired of hearing that shelter is being offered when as it undermines my experience working at Camila's house as a helpline specialist, which connected me to hundreds of people who were seeking shelter to no avail. I spent 40 hours a week transferring them to the city of Miami where they would register as homeless and be put on a waiting list. And most of them had been on that waiting list for months already. Through this experience, I also have come to understand why a houseless person would be weary of accepting shelter from an officer. I was fired from Camila's house after speaking out against the police brutality I had witnessed from one of the on-staff officers at the entrance of the shelter as I was coming to work. An officer was brutally bashing the head of an unarmed guest of the shelter against the sidewalk as he laid in fetal position. Before firing me, my boss asked me, how dare I question the officer who was only there to protect me? I did not and do not feel protected, and I can only imagine what a houseless person must feel. The city needs to acknowledge the precedent of distrust that lies within policing figures. We've heard that $7 million will be added to the budget addressing homelessness from the mayor. I fear this money will be funneled to an already gross police budget the more we rely on them to act as the civil servants they are not. I stand with the ACLU in their proposal for a housing-first approach with wraparound services and wish to reiterate that criminalizing homelessness is violent and ineffective. I'd also like to address the attempts of Commissioner Carroyo to undermine the comments from all who are not residents in the city of Miami. I grew up in downtown and went to school there. In support of our democratic rights, I ask you to take our words seriously and end the disrespectful tone you've had towards Housing First advocates.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Angela Pender, housing organizer with the Miami Workers Center, 129 Northeast 80th Terrace. For the last few months, alongside members and organizers with the Miami Workers Center, I've been knocking on doors, talking to hundreds of residents and voters in neighborhoods across Miami about the issues they care most about. I have spoken with too many residents who have told me about the uninhabitable conditions in their homes, horrific abuse and harassment at the hands of their landlords, even while their rent goes up and up and up. I doubt anyone in this room wants to live in a Miami where the only place our community members are finding a place to sleep is in cars or on sidewalks. But for the renters we speak with, too many are one paycheck away from losing their current home and having nowhere to go. As many shared at the last commission meeting and will share again here today, the solution to the crisis of houselessness is not arresting or fining people. It's finding community solutions that house our people and keep them housed in dignified conditions with the respect they deserve. We are here today to oppose the anti-camping ordinance and to support frontline service providers like Lotus House, who support houseless community members on a daily basis, and of course also to support our houseless sisters and brothers who can and should speak for themselves about what they want and need. We are also here to invite the commissioners to meet with us at the Miami Workers Center and the renters we have been speaking with who are very afraid of being pushed out of Miami about our policy proposals we call the Tenant Bill of Rights to reduce displacement and abuse that renters are experiencing. The renters who are tired of living with mold and infestation and don't know where to turn for support, and again are very close to becoming houseless themselves. We believe that a much better use of the Commission's time would be to focus on these solutions, and again, we would love to meet with all of you to discuss them along with their families. Thank you for this time.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Constance Collins, Executive Director of the Lotus House Women's Shelter. A home. Sorry?
What item are you speaking on?
I'm speaking on the adopt a homeless item. I'm not sure if the third item that came up is up for discussion now or not. Yes, so generally then.
PI3.
Yes.
Discussion of the homeless.
Okay, thank you. A home is as fundamental a human right as food, education, healthcare. It is essential to our prosperity, both individually and as a community. We have a public health crisis in our community. We're asking the city to form a joint task force to provide for new and improved pathways to access shelter, supportive services, financial assistance, housing to end homelessness. After the last hearing, we submitted a proposed multi-point plan. We recognize that the solutions to ending homelessness are complex. Part of that plan was to bring together in the task force representatives of the Homeless Trust, the city, housing and shelter providers, those with lived experience, housing advocates, and to listen, to develop meaningful pathways to ending homelessness based on evidence-based best practices. We cannot arrest our way out of homelessness, nor is the suggestion that individuals who are housed should take in those who are not a viable solution to ending homelessness. There are thousands of individuals all across our community that are double and tripled up in other people's homes. It has not ended homelessness. To solve it requires addressing systemic issues, the lack of affordable housing, the lack of living wage, the lack of adequate childcare for parents who need to work, the difficulty of actually securing rental subsidies and financial assistance, even when it flows from the federal government, and the importance of trauma-informed solutions. We've made so much progress. We have more work to do together. And we urge the commission to establish a task force to do so in a meaningful, thoughtful, comprehensive way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Yes, Commissioner Watson, you're recognized.
Ms. Collins.
Constance? Commissioner Watson has a question for you.
We deferred this item, both of these items. We deferred both of these items on last meeting. And the irony of it is that I asked all of the stakeholders to get together, okay, to talk to each other and come up with a solution. And you didn't. Okay? You offered a plan, and another organization offered a plan, and I've plagiarized the two of you guys' plans, and will hopefully offer some sort of amendment later. But I want to kind of preempt the perception or thought that we're going to end homelessness, right? 0%. So for the gentleman who I heard said he'd been working in it for 25 years, my route when I was a young man from home to work never was on I-95. It was always through the streets of Miami. And when I drove down North Miami Avenue to get to downtown and left at night, 40 years ago, they were homeless and homelessness. And so the notion that the city of Miami, because there's a lot of cross-dialogue in Miami-Dade County, and we're not the county, we don't have the capacity. But I think really and truly, okay, if we now come together, all of the organizations and stakeholders, because what you hear on this side is frustration on the fact that we're not compassionate, and we have spent tens of millions of dollars, right? And so there's not going to be an end to homelessness from this perspective. But if we do sit down and talk with each other, there's an opportunity to reduce the amount of homelessness and not let people now live in the streets. Because I don't care what any of you all say, at the end of the day, there's no dignity in living in the streets. Agreed. Even if you decide to do that, that is your prerogative. But there's no dignity in living in the streets. And as I drive through every day, because most of us in my district, there's no dignity in allowing rats and other things that's happening to be something that is the order of the day. Okay? So I just wanted to point that out as we continue, and I continue to massage this as we go along the way. Okay?
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Nicole Jury, 1040 Jefferson Avenue. I'm a Miami Beach resident and business owner. And I am here to tell you guys that homeless people do not have a zip code. They actually do not even have a place to live. And the fact that we're all here from all places of Florida advocating for humanity needs to be taken into account. Any decision that this City of Miami Commission makes will affect any other county and any other city in the area, as well as other states further up, because like I said, they do not have a zip code. Therefore, it's the responsibility of all of you and all of our government to bring that homelessness percentage to 0. All of you and all of us together, okay? I'm opposing completely any type of incarceration or any type of resistance against camping. I understand that we're not happy having them camping outside our streets. I understand it doesn't make our city look pretty, but it's our responsibility to make available what they need to get out of where they are, because tomorrow it could be you, or even me. I'm actually a single mom of 2 children. I've lived in District 8 for the majority of my younger years. I've lived in the northern Miami, and being that we are all here today, it's a prime example that there is humanity behind the issue that the homeless community is facing, and we all must come together. Miami Beach is here to tell you all, so are they responsible? Everybody needs to do something.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Anshu Badrani, and I am a resident of District 2, and I'm here regarding DI2 to discuss Riverside, Miami, and the noise issues that come from Riverside. I live in the building right next to Riverside, and I dread being in my home Thursday through Sunday because of the noise that Riverside creates. It baffles me to hear people talk about how Riverside is only open until 10 p.m. when Friday and Saturday nights it's open until 2 a.m. If you check their Instagram, it's very clear that they hire DJs and they treat it like a club because it is a club. I've called code compliance and police non-emergency more times than I can remember, and to no avail. They'll issue the citation. On one occasion, a code compliance officer told me that they had issued the citation, but really a $500 fine is nothing to an establishment like Riverside because that's one round of shots. And so it's the cost of doing business for them. And I've also reached out to the mayor, I've reached out to you, Commissioner Russell, with no response. I understand that violations have been issued. That's not an arguable fact here. They are in violation of the code. What my question is now is what's going to happen, like what is the resolution to breaking the city's code? And so I believe this issue can be resolved amicably without the loss of jobs and in favor of the residents of the area. Riverside probably just needs to invest in the same technologies that every other establishment invests in to be up to code and not violate the noise ordinance. And so in the meantime, we need our elected officials to step up and stand up for us because we're without recourse at this point because calling code and calling police non-emergency has not worked thus far.
Thank you. Could you tell me your name again?
Anshu Badrani.
Anshu, and your last name?
Badrani.
Badrani. And you wrote to my office? I just
Yeah,
want to make sure you got an
yes.
answer, and if you didn't, I want to
I
find
did
out.
not get an answer.
All right, I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rosalie Wiley. My address is 720 Northwest 55th Street. I'm here talking about SR 22. Commissioner Washington, you just spoke about what you guys can do to help the homelessness. Just like this place is full with people speaking about the homelessness, I think the best thing would be is for all us to get together with the homeless in here and sit down and communicate with the homeless and see where do they want to go from where we're at. Because we're all speaking about homelessness, which none of us are not homeless, but can't say won't be soon. But I think if you would talk to me, if I'm a step away from walking out the door of being homelessness, to find out what can you do to help me so I won't be homeless, I think that would be best for you to come and communicate with me. Each one of you commissioners, I'm quite sure in each one of y'all district, y'all have homelessness. And if you don't, be proud. But in this world, wherever you go, it's homelessness because people are not able to live with the prices that we have to live with. A one-bedroom here used to cost you $300 to $400 a month. Now, if you don't have Section 8, you're looking at $800 to $900 a month. And if you're on a fixed income, that does not give you somewhere to stay. In order to stay here, you have to live with somebody illegally to be able to stay. And you're not comfortable living with someone. So then that puts you in the line of being homeless. So I think the best thing would be for each one of you guys to sit down with the homelessness and communicate with them because they can tell you how they feel about being homeless and what can you do to help them from not being homeless. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Francisco Clatil Neto. I'm one of the Riverside employees. Riverside always wanted to be the good neighborhood, to be a good neighbor for the community. The goal is to be the backyard of the residents. I had the opportunity to go to a meeting in the association of the building that's complaining about the noises and saw the survey they handed you a copy. At that time, we left that meeting with certain commitments that we fulfilled. We installed doors, we removed the bass speakers, the subwoofers. We installed more speakers to keep the volume lower and so on. And right now, we're considering even the main lounge that was mentioned by one of the residents to sort of disassemble partially in order to have no issues with the sound, and that's it. And other than this, what can I say? The neighborhood is very noisy. It's not only Riverside. We have our hours of operation. Sometimes there is misunderstandings and misinformation with the hours because there is noise income from everywhere. We have the properties is riverfront. There are boats passing by with loud music. We have airplanes, we have the cars, we have the bridge opening. And right now, this building will face a different kind of noise because the other side of the building neighbor is a construction site. So it's gonna be noise it's the cost of progress. Progress is noisy, and in the end, what I could ask you, if COVID almost killed us, I beg you, gentlemen, commissioners, please do not kill us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sabrina Velarde. I am the Policy Director with Miami Homes for All. Our business address is 1951 Northwest 7th Avenue, Miami, Florida 33136. I am personally a resident of the City of Miami, District 4. I am a newly minted homeowner as well, and I have lived in Miami my entire life. I'm here today to speak in reference to SR2 and to thank those commissioners who have listened to advocates and service providers and publicly shared that what the city needs to end homelessness is more permanent supportive housing. We understand the pressure to end street homelessness quickly. We share your urgency, but we also know that measures like these will put an increased financial strain on hospitals, police departments, and jails. All costs that would be better invested in housing. Permanent supportive housing is proven to be the most effective and lowest cost solution to homelessness. It is also true that measures like SR2 have been shown to exacerbate homelessness by making it harder for those who are unhoused to secure shelter and housing. Commissioners, we're asking you to vote no on SR2 and to instead consider the following. Identify and invest in permanent supportive housing. Use American Rescue dollars to acquire and rehabilitate buildings. Identify and buy hotels or other surplus properties and convert them into housing. There are two immediate opportunities. Beckham Hall, which has been used as a shelter and has been vacant for several years, and the George Ayers Virtue House, which can be rehabilitated. Use ESG dollars for rapid rehousing resources to assist people in accessing housing directly. The City of Miami has made great strides in reducing homelessness. We are at the lowest numbers since 2014 with only 510 individuals living on the street. As advocates, policy experts, and City of Miami residents, we ask that you vote no on this ordinance so that we may work together to ensure that those numbers continue to decrease. I look forward to continuing to work with you all.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Myra Jolie, 1221 Brickell Avenue. I hear everybody here has an opinion about the homeless, but nobody has said what is the definition of a homeless or a houseless. And by the way, no houseless will be able to run for the City of Miami here because they will take you out if you don't have a zip code or you're not a homeless within the City of Miami, so you know. But now, let's see, who are the people who are suffering with this? Is it the residents? Is it the homeless? I don't know if there is no money to take care of things here because our mayor talks about $60 million that's being made on Miami coin or Bitcoin. Why that money doesn't go to serve the homeless? I just ask. But there is another thing that I want to add. There was a reporter called Guillermo Descalzi who, for some reason, ended up being homeless in a crack house or whatever. It took one, maybe friend, maybe somebody who worked with him called Gratas, to get him out of homelessness. Here, we don't want to take the blame individually. We want to take it as a whole, because that way, nobody's responsible. But let's put something in perspective. What will it take for each one of the ones that are supporting the homeless to make a project out of one and take care of that person and bring them to their side and teach them how it is to get out of where you are just from the inside out? Because no government is gonna get us out of where we are. And when somebody comes to this microphone and say, it could be you, no. Don't tell me that it could be you. I want you to be me. I don't want me to be you. You have to remember that. Because there are people, there are residents that are living in the only place that they know. And they cannot go anywhere. Now there is a problem. When the big times developers, they want to put residences
Ms. Jolie.
where the commercial places are and commerce where the residents live, you all is going to have this problem.
Thank you.
Think about it.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Melanie Ramirez. I reside in 3145 Mundy Street. Good morning, Commissioners. I am here in reference to RE4. Items like this and SR2 are not based in best practices or solutions. The needs of folks surviving on the street are individual and based on each case. Instead of ordinances that make it difficult to find homes, we need investments in housing and supportive services. I was in a shelter for 9 months, and from that experience, I can tell you that not many things are achieved. I am currently staying in a transitional housing program that supports my goals in education, employment, and my well-being. Supportive housing has provided me and many others the opportunity to be self-sufficient and independent. We need to invest in solutions that have been proven to be effective. A year ago, around this time, I was working fast food while living in a shelter. Now, thanks to them, I'm working towards my degree while working on multiple projects and have shown me that I'm capable of so much more. I am living proof of these solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Betata Mercado. I work for Riverside, and I just wanted you guys to think about the fact that it's not just a business, like we all have jobs there. A lot of people are coming in here and complaining about noise complaints. We get noises from everywhere. We have the volumes down, we get bad reviews because our music is not loud enough for the guests that are coming to our place. So I don't understand how we have so many noise complaints. The lady that was here earlier, she said she's called the cops, she's called so many people. Why not try to talk to us? Just like we're all human, we can have a civil conversation. She could have came to our place and spoken to our managers, spoken to anyone in regards to the fact that they can't sleep or whatever the noise complaint might be. If you have hurricane-proof windows, there's no way that they should be hearing our music. So maybe they need to speak to someone else in regards to those windows. But also, again, like our jobs, they were the only place, one of the only places that were hiring during the pandemic. And during the pandemic, I was doing hosting, and many of the people that live in that building kept coming up to us and saying that they didn't even know that we were open because they couldn't hear us. So I don't understand why we're getting so many different noise complaints and people just bashing us for music being too loud when we get complaints for music not even being loud enough. So just please just look at it from actually our perspective. If we don't have these jobs, a lot of us are gonna end up homeless too because our rents are staggering in the prices. And this is like the only job that we're able to have that's able to help us pay, you know, our bills. I mean, if we don't have them, then what are we gonna end up being at? Excuse me.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
My name is Daniel Edenberg, and I'm a resident of District 2. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on SR2, the proposed anti-encampment ordinance, and furthermore, put an end to the encampment sweeps that have been destroying the few things these people have. It's insane to dehumanize to the degree where we have police-protected trash trucks picking up tents with claws. Carollo, in the last meeting, you spoke on how your constituents are living at the poverty line and paying outrageous rents to slumlords. Those folks are a step away from being displaced to the streets. The absurdity and dissonance of your statements to say homelessness in Miami is a choice right after prefacing on the unstable living conditions of your constituents in Little Havana. Please take a moment to leave this illogical, loveless mentality behind. This ordinance is predatory in nature by creating fines for living on the street. Research shows that criminalization exacerbates homelessness. So why are you going to exacerbate homelessness instead of providing housing and more resources to aid these folks? It's foolish, fiscally irresponsible, and downright evil.
Thank you for your comments. Please direct all your comments through the chair, not directly at anyone on the dais. Thank you.
Yeah,
Please,
I like
sir.
that shirt. It's pretty cool.
Good morning.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for your time and for hearing comments and taking this matter seriously. My name is Sabrina Henneke. I'm a third-year medical student and a founding member of Miami Street Medicine. Working on the streets and bridging gaps in care that exist gives us a unique medical perspective to talk to the homeless people of our community and really learn and understand their stories. I would like to first tell you a bit about some of the stories we've heard from our patients based on the criminalization they've already experienced and how it would get worse if this ordinance SR2 were passed. Take Mary, for example. Her every possession she had was thrown away, including her epilepsy medicine. That's how we met her, was she was seizing on the street. Another patient had his heart failure medication taken, and instead of getting housing, he was very close to being document ready, which is something we help our patients with. He lost his ID, his birth certificate, everything he needed to get a job and get housing, and he was back to square one because instead of the system working for him, it worked against him. Homelessness is a public health crisis. Dispersing people through street sweeps only makes matters worse. On RE4, I'd just like to say, we're speaking about data-driven responses to homelessness that will work. And respectfully, 2 weeks ago, we watched you make it up in front of us. It doesn't seem very data-driven. These sweeps and criminalization directly contradict CDC guidelines and have been called out by the United Nations. 2 weeks ago, you thought we were pointing to California as an example, but respectfully, we'd like to say that there are examples that do work, and although California has much of an issue, there are places like Finland which have implemented Housing First and have eradicated homelessness in Helsinki. You might ask how can we just hand out homes? That doesn't seem like it makes any sense, but it actually saves cities money, lowering costs of arrests, jail housing, sweeps, and emergency room visits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Morning.
But what does Dr. Fushi have to say about it? Fushi.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Irfan Kowankaya. My address is 1951 Northwest 7th Avenue, 33136. I'm joining the community to stand against SR2, the anti-encampment ordinance. Now, like it was mentioned, the city of Miami has made great strides in reducing homelessness. I mean, you've made great strides. We're at the lowest number since 2014 with 510 individuals. Unfortunately, if this ordinance passes, much of that work is going to be undone, guaranteeing that in 5, 10, or however many or so years, we're gonna all be sitting in this exact same room discussing this exact same issue. The problem is that those 510 or so folks are gonna struggle to qualify for housing, find and keep employment, and on top of that, they'll have to pay the fines and fees that come with a criminal record, fees that can quickly add up to hundreds or even thousands of dollars, making the difficult of escaping homelessness infinitely harder. We need to fight homelessness and not homeless people, and we do that with housing, not handcuffs. This measure only exacerbates the problem, so I propose that we use these best practices mentioned to expand on the existing work together, the work that this city has often already done. And since we all benefit from ending homelessness, and I know you're in a tight spot, I know you want to as well. So in short, some of those best practices are like identifying and investing in permanent supportive housing, as was mentioned, using ARP dollars to acquire and rehab buildings, using existing ESG rapid rehousing resources to assist shelter-resistant individuals in accessing permanent housing placement options directly from the street. And now the list has gone on, and I'd be happy to meet with any of the commissioners to discuss this and give full recommendations and work with you all to come with a solution. Because this is an issue we all want to solve, and like was mentioned, these are data-driven policies that have been proven as ineffective. There are studies from the National Low-Income Housing Coalition and the Urban Institute, and pretty much all the studies say the same thing. Permanent supportive housing is both cheaper and more effective. But ultimately, I'm just going to end this by saying the most important recommendation that we all have, that we're all here today to give, is to vote no on an ordinance that puts people out of sight rather than into homes, and we look forward to working with you all in the future.
Thank you for your comments. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Terrence Cribbs-Laurent. I am currently seated as the City of Miami Black Police Precinct Courthouse Museum Executive Director. I resided at 665 Northeast 83rd Terrace. I currently am couch housing at 1495 Northwest 74th Street, Miami, Florida. If you know what couch surfing is, that means I am homeless. For the first time, you probably thought that houseless or homeless people looked a certain kind of way. But this is how they look. They look like this, and many of the residents who would probably want to be here could not be here because they're on one check away from being houseless. My circumstances are different than a lot of people. There are a lot of different reasons why I've chosen to continue to house serve and to use my support system to support me. As many immigrants that come to this U.S., they do. But my circumstances do not mitigate the problems that we have throughout our city. And you've heard many of the ways that we can deal with this issue. I know many of you all know me, and many of you all would have never thought that I was houseless. As of September 1st, I had to move my mother back to Tennessee after 6 years of bringing her here to take care of her, because her Social Security would not allow her to stay at our home because of price rising. I made a conscious decision to not put her in a houseless position, but that I would continue to fight. And so that is why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? My name is Dr. Armin Henderson. I live in District 4, I believe. I am here to oppose SR2. There are a lot of reasons that people have already expressed around why SR2 is detrimental to the living standards of those who are already out on the street. But I want to talk about it from a public health standpoint. When you criminalize people for the way in which they find themselves out on the street, first of all, it's not a personal issue, as you heard my friend Terrence talk about his journey to become houseless. It's not a choice that people make. The rent is too high. The homes are too few. People are getting evicted. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and these are problems that more and more of your constituents find themselves in. The last thing we want to do is to criminalize them further, okay? By arresting people and putting them in jail, by doing sweeps out on the street. You're moving individuals to other parts of the city. One of my colleagues at the hospital came to work one day and she said, you know what, Armin? It's all these homeless people who live in the park. She lives in Coconut Grove. And what's happening is that the sweeps that you're conducting in Overtown are pushing people to other parts of the city that they haven't been to before. And so she's upset that her children have to step over needles, et cetera. But she doesn't know that, that they're being criminalized. They're being moved all over the place. And so I just want you to talk, I just want you to understand the health impacts of what you're proposing. People who live in Liberty City, who live in Overtown and downtown Miami, they're already at a decreased life expectancy. Sometimes over the range of 15 years, they die earlier than you and me. And so by further criminalizing those individuals, what we're doing is further decreasing their life expectancy. And so the things that you put forth, you may think that they're funny, but they have real impacts on people's lives. And so I'd like to get together with people who are impacted, like Terrence, like other individuals who are houseless or unsheltered or who live in unstable housing, and bring them together to talk about solutions and not just propose things on a whim.
Thank you, Doctor.
Because it doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Figliozzi. I live at 1750 North Bayshore Drive, and I'm employed by Riverside, Miami. I believe God put this on my heart today to say, first, Commissioner Reyes, as a survivor from cancer, I just applaud that. My mother, a two-time survivor of cancer, passed away about 2 years ago, which led me to come down and relocate to Florida from New Jersey. In that time, I was introduced to Riverside. They were very welcoming. I came in at, put it lightly, a bottom barrel spot position. I've worked my way up, And I come here today with my employees that are limited here. The others are at their second job to stay afloat in Miami, asking for not what would be another chance, but to see what hand Riverside was dealt with. 2 years ago, Riverside opened up. A month in, COVID hit. We had an 8-month layover till things opened up, and a curfew at 12 o'clock midnight that only was taken back months ago. With that, we have been dealt with so much between our employees, and we try and accommodate with whatever headache arises so we don't have to deal with any further issues. An issue like noises. We don't have a DJ. We haven't for the last 2 months. We are in a down season in the hospitality industry in Florida. It's too hot. No one wants to go hang out in this heat. I have limited people at the venue. As of right now, I have limited hours. I keep going back because of attendance. As of right now, I have music, only a Spotify playlist. I don't even have a DJ employed. And with that, I just say, consider the lives, the 120 plus employees we have at Riverside that are greatly affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So we're just hitting noon right now. Commissioners, what I'd like to do, because we have about 30 more speakers waiting to speak between inside and outside, and at 2 minutes apiece, that's about an hour of public comment left. We also have 2 CRA meetings to take up, as well as lunch before we get to the business of the day at all. So what I'd like to propose is a 10-minute break for us right now, so we can just get refreshed and finish up public comment before we take the break. Does that sound good to you guys? Good. All right. So we're going to recess just for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and finish up all of the public comment for the regular agenda, and then we will take up the CRA meetings and lunch. Thank you.
CRA meetings.
We have both the Omni and the Overtown.
But we did Omni the other day.
There were 2 items that were deferred to at a special meeting. See you in 10. soon as I get a thumbs up from the clerk's office, we will get going again.
Go.
You ready? Calling back to order the City of Miami City Commission meeting. Thank you all for being here. We are still in public comment. I understand we have between 20 and 30 speakers remaining inside and outside of the hall. Once you finish speaking, please exit so others can come back in. You have 2 minutes to speak. You'll hear a little tone at the 30-second mark. That's when time to start wrapping it up. Please speak directly through the chair, not directly to any commissioner or anyone on the dais or to the audience. And please keep everything civil. I really appreciate everyone today. It's been a good experience so far. You're very welcome at public comment. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Taylor Moore, and I am a student at the University of Miami School of Law. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to share comments on the anti-camping ordinance. This proposed ordinance would punish people for simply trying to survive. Essential life-sustaining activities such as sleeping, eating, camping, and sitting should never carry criminal consequences. The anti-camping ordinance would actually trap people in a cycle of homelessness. Punishing life-sustaining activity merely shuffles people around and doesn't actually solve anything. It's actually counterproductive. Issuing fines, citations, and arrests leading to court fees and jail time only makes it more difficult for people to get out of poverty and access housing and employment. A single arrest or conviction can result in a lifelong sentence of living on the streets. Instead of helping people escape living on the street, criminalizing homelessness just creates a costly revolving door that circulates individuals experiencing homelessness from the street to the criminal justice system and back. Criminalization is also extremely costly. City resources would be spent on enforcing an ordinance that does nothing to actually address homelessness. According to a Central Florida study, housing just 50% of the current chronic homeless population there would save the taxpayers a minimum of $149 million by eliminating expenses for law enforcement, emergency room use, and hospitalizations. This ordinance is ineffective, it's costly, and it violates basic human rights. I urge you to please vote no.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, commissioners. Albert Gomez, 3566 Vista Court, Miami, Florida. I'm here in support of RE6. Ali, God bless his soul, legacy, nonviolent champion. Historically connected to Miami, I'm full in support of street renaming. RE7 in support, but how we need more. How do we do it? Substance in the resolution is needed. If we're going to make these claims, intent is only one thing, practice is another. RE4 in opposition as written, adopt a homeless. Language matters. I'm on the UN Chaplains Association Advisory Board. I'm several advisor to several nonprofits. I respond to disasters and deal with homelessness constantly. Dignity and the language that promotes it is important. Advocate, champion, mentor. There are ways to funnel funds to bolster programs that make differences. Let's try to use language on ordinance that promote dignity. SR2 in opposition. Dignity requires respect. How we treat our most downtrodden defines us. Where I understand the need for to address encampments, there are better ways to do it. We need to set up a process that drives dignity and gives them the rights that they deserve. RE9, D1. I'm in support with more definition. These resolutions and discussion items need to have real actions. Enhancements without dealing with what's happening right now is a missed opportunity. Currently, contractors are spewing silt into our bay with little to no water containment controls. Let's increase our code enforcement budgets right here. Focus on the sites, fast-track ordinance like the permeable pavement ordinance, which is ready to go and move to a discussion item. And let's consider more bold steps like a moratorium on below-ground parking lots. We need to act now if we want to save our bay. It's going to be on a road to recovery or in its death on your watch. Let's do it for our kids.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Maggie Marcourt. I'm a student at the University of Miami School of Law. The proposed anti-camping ordinance, SR2, being voted on today is a violation of human rights. Punishing people experiencing homelessness for sheltering in public violates human rights to housing, to life, and freedom from cruel and degrading treatment. The anti-camping ordinance infringes on property rights as well of people experiencing homelessness, as it is dehumanizing not only to enter, but to tear down people's shelters and discard everything they own. We cannot fine or arrest our way out of homelessness. Punishing people for living in public does not solve anything, but there is a lot the city can do besides criminalization to serve the homeless population and to further your goals of getting people off the streets. Importantly, offering shelters is not the only answer, as they are a temporary solution and not a long-term one. We need to put people in permanent and safe housing that gives them stability, especially when the CDC has specifically recommended that unless individual housing units are available, cities should not clear encampments during community spread of COVID-19. As a solution, Miami should adopt a housing-first approach and focus on getting people into permanent and supportive housing instead of shelters. For example, the Homeless Trust should be using FEMA funds to support access to non-congregate housing. Miami is now the second most expensive city in the US to live in, and we need to invest in long-term solutions to housing. We should turn our energy and our resources to addressing the root causes of homelessness and stop treating people like criminals for merely existing in public. This proposed ordinance hurts all Miami residents, and the city must respect the dignity of every person in Miami and should look towards enacting policies that help the community rather than further marginalizing the most vulnerable. Please vote no on this harmful ordinance.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Alexander Carpinacci de Castro. I'm a restaurant owner in Riverside. I'm the owner for the Mexican restaurant. The Riverside, they give me the first opportunity for giving me my own restaurant. I was an executive chef in a lot of restaurants in Miami. I have a good experience, and they give me the opportunity. Now I heard the TUP were revoked because they have a noise complaint. I have my employees. I pass a difficult situation, 2 years for open my own restaurant. I keep my employees during the COVID. I pay their salary. I not abandon no one of my employees. Now, I don't know what to say for them because we can operate this weekend. And I think this thing, the guys can have a conversation, but I don't sell alcohol, I don't sell nothing, and my business is shut down for your work. Please thinking about, please.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Neptune. I'm from my organization, Virtuous Hearts. I wanted to speak on the issue of homelessness. There is a very big issue with a lot of the things that they deal with. The anti-camping, it puts a heavy burden, a heavy load on them. I personally am out in these streets on a regular basis, feeding them, clothing them, and trying to find and resolve issues for them. Many of the things that they have endured are from the people that they call green jackets, where they endure abuse from them. Items have been stolen from them, not to mention items that have been stolen from. There are those that are wheelchair bound, who their wheelchairs are taken along with identification and a whole list of other things. Many of them have accomplished where they're trying to be back on the workforce again, but the very items that they need to start over again are now missing. I would suggest that they can get funds to provide more housing to remove them off from the streets, which will resolve a very big issue that's going on. The anti-camping just makes it very difficult. I think the way for it to be resolved is finding funds to build more shelters, that way that they aren't in the streets anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Yeah, hello. My name is David Peary. I'm a resident of the city of Miami, and I'm Commissioner. I'm Ray's District, 139 Southwest 31st Court. I serve as the federal class representative in the Pottinger versus City of Miami federal consent decree. In effect, I was the lead plaintiff in Pottinger. And I assumed that role in 2013 and was involved in a federal mediation efforts to modify the agreement. through the 2018-2019 federal court litigation in which Judge Marino terminated the Pottinger Agreement. Commissioners, we've been here before. We've done this before. The anti-camping ordinance is not new. The arrest provisions were tried in 1998 when we had 5,000 people sleeping on the streets of Miami. As a result of violating the civil rights and widespread arrest of the homeless, the city paid out $1 million in fines and fees. And then we got slapped with a 20-year federal consent decree that was only lifted in 2019. Why in the world do you want to go back to that? Okay, isn't the definition of insanity doing the same thing and expecting a different result? We've done this before, okay? Why do you not think that we won't get the same result of amidst the new lawsuits, new violations of civil rights, and what's worse is that we're going to be paying more money to not solve the problem. Arrests are simply a way to make homelessness worse, a very expensive way to make homelessness worse. Here's what we should do. We should establish a joint task force that will look at real evidence-based solutions to ending homelessness. We should support Homeless Trust efforts to put the people, the unsheltered street homeless, into temporary housing, non-congregate housing in hotels and motels, and then provide them a path to supportive housing, to permanent supportive housing. This is what's going to end homelessness. If you simply arrest people, if you don't mind, I'll wrap this up very quickly. If you arrest people, you simply put them right back on the streets. They don't stay in jail. They get released and they go right back to the same place where they were before. And so you're simply making the problem worse. I urge you to vote no to this horrible, terrible ordinance that will not solve your problems or achieve your objectives. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Just want to check we've got the 2-minute timer. Go ahead, sir.
Nope.
Good afternoon.
Morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time. Sorry, English is not my first language, so I'm going to try to do my best. I'm Glauber Silveira.
Sir, we have a translator if you'd like.
No worry. Thank you. My name is Glauber Silveira. I'm here to talk about the DI2. I'm the owner and manager of Our Miami, a restaurant inside Riverside. We have more than 15 employees and more than 60 people living from my business, and I'm responsible for them. In 2020, we are open only for 3 months. This year, 2021, we are running under the COVID situation, and it was really hard. We are doing our best, and sometimes I feel very sad when I heard we are making thousands of dollars. We are not making thousands of dollars. To be honest, it's the opposite. More than twice, I was at the property and I accompanied the city officials measuring the volume of the music around the property, below the metro mover, and we are below the limit, the volume all the times. We have a lot of customers coming from the Brick on the River, that our neighbors, and they love the place. They have great time and they are regular customers. But I respect those are feeling harmed. And I believe in balance. And I believe you can find a way to fix any kind of problem, but if you work together. We are living week by week, and now we are closed. 1 week, if you close 1 week, we're gonna be dead soon, for sure. We need a week by week to make money and to give the employees we need to give for these people. The COVID almost killed us. Please help us to not die at this moment. We need to work. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the comments. Good afternoon. Just a moment. Could we ask the Sergeant at Arms to let more folks in so that we have a full lectern on both sides? I think there's still more people waiting outside to get in. Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Marley Wise, and like my colleague, I'm a business owner in Riverside. I will be very, very straight here. We've been working very hard in this low season, this past months, because, low season, we got less customers and is a less job, but the salary is still the same to be paid to our employees. That's been very difficult. As a vendor in Riverside, I invested all my savings on this business and my efforts, and left my life behind, London, England, because I came here 1 year ago. Bought this business. Now we have Riverside closing down, our staff to be paid every week. I just would like to ask you guys to, come to an agreement for both sides. I mean, something can help us carry on with our business, carry on pay the salary for our staffs, and provide to his family, food, everything, and to our family too, and for the residents as well. That's all I mean.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Amezaga. I represent the Miami Riders Alliance of 2103 Coral Way, Floor 2, and we're a proud District 4 local business. Today, I'm going to speak on FR1, which relates to the scooter program in Miami. Since 2018, when the scooter program was established, we have had millions of rides using these scooters. This year alone, we've had 1.2 million, about to break our record of 2019, which was 1.3 million. So we're very proud of that. The Miami Riders Alliance has sponsored the Mobile Miami Coalition since December of 2020, which has been a coalition of 7 scooter operators, that's all of the scooter operators in Miami, and we've come together to self-regulate to create a better program for the city. We've engaged in productive talks with the city, which have constituted geofencing of local properties. It has come with more regulation on the self-regulating level, and we've also instituted a reporting tool for local residents to report scooter violations in the city of Miami. We've fielded almost 1,000 complaints since May when it was launched. What's at stake with this scooter program, if you are considering it today, are 150 local jobs, $6.8 million in local annual wages, and $3 million in city revenue that have been collected, but $4.2 million in guaranteed revenue over the next 5 years, which are building projects like the micromobility network in downtown Miami. That's 2 miles of protected bike lanes, which everyone can use, not only scooters, and that's providing safer passage for all District 2 residents who visit downtown, and not only District 2 residents, but all residents of our metropolitan area, all 5 million residents who choose to visit downtown Miami. And I'd much rather a tourist on a scooter than one of the slingshots that we see all across our area. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alana Greer. I'm the Director of Community Justice Project. I'm here to speak on a number of items. The first one is D1, the Miami 21 Task Force report. I understand that was deferred, but I did want to bring attention. We sent a letter to your offices on behalf of several community groups who had both concerns and hopes about the future of the zoning code, and we'd love to make sure that those impacted communities are at the forefront of the discussion and continue to engage with your office about it. I also wanted to speak against PH5. The groups we work with in Allapattah, we're very concerned to see that the Allapattah Branch Library was again on the agenda, and really wanted to make sure that the high school students who came out and spoke so passionately about the need for that site, the storytelling garden that was just recently opened, that we're being very intentional about community process with giving away public land. And finally, I wanted to speak against RE4 and on PI3. People have spoken at length today about all the reasons why this is the wrong decision for Miami. Criminalization is not the options that we should be pursuing, nor are RE4. I also wanted to speak beyond the morality of this issue. The ways it's going to impact people is key, but I also wanted to talk a little bit about the fiscal impact. You've heard about the reams of evidence that show that this is not the solution. This does not keep people off the street. We've seen it play out here 30 plus years ago. We've seen it play out in other cities. But I also wanted to draw your attention to a recent study by researchers at Harvard and Stanford who studied Miami-Dade jails. And they found that choosing alternatives over a night in jail had a net fiscal impact between $55,000 and $99,000 per person. And so I personally, as someone who cares deeply about this city,
And it's not only its reputation in the world, but how we treat each other. I really, really hope that you think deeply about your choices and that we choose a path that is going to move us towards ending homelessness and not towards deepening this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Vicki Millette, Executive Director of the Miami-Dade County Homeless Trust, 111 Northwest 1st Street, 27th floor. I'm here today in opposition to the anti-camping ban, or the camping ban. I spoke to you during the first hearing. I'll start by saying we do have a plan. It's called the Community Plan to End Homelessness Priority Home. It's filled with implementation measures and strategies to reduce homelessness, some of which are never realized because of funding. We have a functional zero plan that we're working with your city on, and I hope you've had the opportunity to be briefed on that plan that has a number of additional strategies and implementation measures. This ordinance that's before you today is not part of those implementation measures and strategies. While it may not seem today that homelessness is down in this community, it is. Our total homeless population is at record lows. Our unsheltered numbers are the lowest they've been since 2014, and that includes in the city. We are finalizing a federal application in our offices. That federal application brings down millions of dollars in funding from US HUD. And US HUD embeds in that application questions about what is your community doing to not criminalize homelessness. And so this does not bode well for that application. We have to explain to US HUD why anti-camping ordinance, which is making national headlines, is happening in our backyard. We are very much housing first focused. I should mention that when we did the homeless count in August, and we had that record low number, 1 in 4 of those individuals on the streets of Miami-Dade were 60 years plus. So in essence, your camping ban is going to detrimentally impact seniors. I think there are other options. We've employed some of those options. You have 3 new substance use focused outreach teams on the streets. They're connecting with the ID exchange. They're connecting with housing. We'll house people straight from the streets. We have multiple housing opportunities, some of which have been mentioned at this dais and some of which have not been mentioned, which can add capacity to the system. And we need landlords. The CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan, did bring new resources, and we have clients today in the hundreds running around with subsidies in their hand looking for units. We've worked with you through condemnations. We've worked with you through COVID. We've put 7,000 plus people in quarantine and isolation sites who are experiencing homelessness. And we ask that you work with us today, and I am in full support of a task force together with the energy that we've harnessed today to try to put together a plan that not only serves the community, but serves your interests as well as the interests of the housing advocates. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mayor of Miami. My name is Karen. I am a United States Navy veteran. Unfortunately, I have used up my GPD program, grant per diem, with the United States military. I cannot use it for the 3rd time. I am unable to go to the shelters. I have exhaustively tried to contact the city of Miami for almost a year now, and to no avail. I left messages and were never returned, but hey, I'm grateful. I'm here today right before you. I'd like you, the mayor, to come forth with leadership and show what you're made of as a mayor and consider abolishing the ordinance about the homeless. I can't help my situation. I cannot ask for the 3rd time for the grant per diem program. They only help each veteran twice in a lifetime with a hardship. That's why I'm before you today. Please remove this ordinance. It will cause more calamity for the city of Miami and the county.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Karen, for sharing your lived experience with us. My name is Megan Hennings, and I'm a law student at UM and an intern with the People's Economic and Environmental Resiliency Group. I'm here in opposition of SR2 and RE4 and to comment on DI1. When hundreds of our fellow Miami residents are living on the streets, it's not a sign of individual failure, but of something much larger. With several thousand more people living in shelters and temporary housing, the city of Miami is systematically failing to provide and ensure truly affordable housing for its residents. Today's proposed policies that criminalize and push responsibility for the citywide failure back to individuals neglects the massive role that the city itself plays in our current affordable housing crisis. Historically, racially discriminatory housing and zoning policies segregated Miami and decimated predominantly Black neighborhoods. We're still seeing the long-lasting effects of these choices through the racial disparity in the housing crisis today, with Black residents experiencing disproportionate rates of housing cost burdens and homelessness. With current climate gentrification, communities of color are being fleetingly displaced as developers seek higher ground to build housing unaffordable to those who have been there for generations. The Miami 21 zoning code has facilitated and quickened this process through the fast tracking of special area plans and reduced public input on development. With excessive housing costs, shelter services overwhelmed, unhoused folks are left with little ways to survive in Miami, and there is simply nowhere to go. Criminalizing these survival tactics does nothing to solve the larger issue of housing instability. We have an opportunity now to set a global example with innovative and compassionate solutions to housing challenges that foster true stability for all. We urge you to consider the historic, systemic, and structural aspects of the city's housing crisis as you make decisions regarding homelessness and zoning policy today, as it's all interconnected, just like us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Adrian Madriz, 1990 Northwest 4th Court, 33136, District 5, and proud resident of the city of Miami. I am speaking against SR2 and RE4, and I will tell you that as a resident of the city, as a proud resident of Overtown, I frequently see unsheltered people under the overpass leading to Camillus and in other places around the city, and I do not like seeing it. I do not like seeing it because it is incredibly unjust. I think it is a failure of our society to adequately take care of those who need the assistance the most. And so I share with you the goal of wanting to make sure that we get to a point where we never have to see another person on the street anymore. But I will say that if you ask those very people, they will say they are 100% willing to go to an actual home as a way to get off the street. And I think that's why there's a certain kind of elegance in the Housing First policies, because that's exactly what it attempts to give people. And it has proven effective in many different cities, and I'm happy to show you with supporting articles and documentation. I also want to say that it is extremely expensive to do a criminalization of the homeless, because according to a recent article, it says that Florida cities can anticipate spending about $80 per night in the year 2022 on every single person that spends a night in jail, per person, compared to the cost of supportive housing and services for homeless folks, which is under $50 a night. Lastly, I do want to say that on D1, which is the Miami 21 Task Force, I hope that going forward that there is a much more robust community engagement process for that task force and the recommendations. I do not like the process that was established already, and I would like to see that change moving forward. And I would also like to express my extreme discontent at special area plans. I think that they are the devil. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Good afternoon.
Thank you for that. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Olson, and I'm an artist, and I speak in opposition to the homeless encampment ordinance. We come together today to protest against inhumane laws. It seems to me that laws like this get snuck into the system because we have hypnotized ourselves. We have hypnotized and brainwashed ourselves into believing that we do not have to look into the eyes of another human. As an artist, my skills come from observation. The growth of my practice is a result of observing others, being aware of my surroundings, and becoming mindful of the lives of others. When I say others, I mean to say that in current societal standards, we no longer see other human beings as an extension of ourselves. We have hypnotized ourselves in believing that we are not connected. However, if you were to look into the eyes of someone else, there is no way you can defeat that underlying feeling of connection. On that same notation of this statement, I have reason to believe that we have grown fearful of looking into the eyes of other humans, especially our homeless brothers and sisters. I have reason to believe that as a society, we are scared of looking at our homeless brothers and sisters in the eyes simply because deep down, we know that compassion and sympathy comes from this underlying feeling of connection. As an artist who creates abstractions, the power of my paintings lies in the mark making, and the power of the mark is intrinsic to my observations and being mindful to the value in the lives of others. That being said, I must ask, what kind of marks are we making today? Are we making marks based on love and connection, or are they rooted in fear? I must ask, the laws that we are creating, are they based on the value in the lives of others, or are they rooted in fear? As someone who continues to observe the state of governmental affairs, I must say that I see that authorities that have power to do good do no such thing when we make laws like this. I see that the value in the lives of our brothers and sisters are not considered when we pass laws like this.
Thank you.
I see that the authorities that govern us civilians no longer feel like being human when we pass laws like this.
Sir, time's up.
I'm not done yet.
2 minutes for everybody, I'm sorry.
As a society, we must reflect on ourselves, consider the connection of others, and pursue a future where we can help each other instead of making laws like this.
Just close it up, thank you. Thank you very much, thanks for your comments. We just have to be fair to everybody so everybody gets equal time. It's not to cut you off or be rude, but please respect everybody's time. When you hear the 30-second beep, time to start wrapping it up.
Hi, my name is Ana Del Rio, and I'm here to speak on behalf of SR2. I am here to explain why it's not a good idea and what you should do if you're looking to reduce homelessness, right? So first, I would like to start off by explaining that this criminalization of homelessness, what you're trying to do is deter, right? You don't want someone to think it's okay to be homeless because if they are homeless, then they could get arrested. I understand it. Like, for example, the United States is based off the deterrence theory. Most of our laws, that's how they are. If you want to kill someone to get a revenge, you're gonna have to double think about it because you could go to jail for life or you could be sent to prison here. I mean, you could be sent death penalty here in Florida. The thing is, listen, don't raise your eyebrows, listen to me first.
Please, through the chair.
Yes.
Just speak to me.
I'll speak to you,
Thank you.
thank you.
I'm all ears.
Chairman Russell. So going back to what I was saying, I understand the intention is to reduce homelessness, but the correct way is not to criminalize it. So as many people here have explained what you could do, what other ways, I mean, look at Finland, for example. They were able to bring down homelessness to almost 0%. And this was during the pandemic. And it's not like they had—
Which city?
Well, for example, they had homelessness
we just
in
couldn't
their
hear
city.
you.
I'm sorry?
You had mentioned a place that had eliminated.
Finland.
Thank you.
Yes.
Finland.
Finland was horrible. They had homeless people in their capital, people making makeup tents, housings, and they were able to bring it down. How? How were they able to do that? By the housing first method. So, although it may sound radical and crazy, housing first method, you have to think about how it works, because otherwise, by criminalizing it, you're gonna waste people's tax money and not fix the problem.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Acting Chairman Russell and City of Miami Commissioners, my name is Kat Dusterhouse. I'm the chair of Florida Now's Task Force to End Violence Against Women and a member of RAIN's Speakers Bureau. My legislative work includes Donna's Law, which eliminated the time limits for prosecuting child rapists, Gail's Law, which establishes a rape kit tracking system in Florida, and SB 1530, which establishes statewide sexual assault response team protocols and trauma-informed victim interview training requirements for law enforcement. But years ago, I was homeless. And what I needed then is what people need now: houses, not handcuffs. Adding trauma on top of trauma is not helpful to breaking the cycle of poverty and homelessness. That's why I oppose SR2, the encampment ban. The United States Interagency Council Against Homelessness sets our national best practices, and they chose housing first because it has consistently been proven the most effective solution to reducing homelessness, not only homelessness recidivism, but also in considering cost. While housing first works, criminalization doesn't. It's expensive, ineffective, and often cruel. The Miami Herald reported it costs Miami taxpayers roughly $230 per inmate per day to house someone in jail. Even without incarceration, the cost of law enforcement officers and prosecution is not insignificant, and they have better things to be doing. If you want people off the streets, please send social workers, counselors, and housing specialists, not armed law enforcement officers. I can only imagine what being met with criminalization instead of compassion would have done to me when I was facing homeless. I might not be here today. As the chair of Florida Now's End Violence Against Women Task Force and someone who has experienced homelessness myself, I'm asking you to vote no on the encampment ban and focus on helping people off the streets with a housing first approach. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Cuesta. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Ernesto Cuesta, Brico Homones Association. The reason that I'm here today is because I want to briefly speak about Riverside. The reason that we got involved with Riverside, as you are aware, is because Brico on the River is one of our associate members. So we have a responsibility to get involved once of our members are being impacted. And
A little closer to the microphone.
They reach out to us because they felt that the quality of life that was impacted by the establishment. So we got involved to mitigate this situation. We got involved with, as a matter of fact, they are representatives here, and they can attest to that. We met them many times, and unfortunately, the residents continue being affected. We, as you are aware, we are pro-business, pro-development. We are not in the business to shut down anybody. We have the best intentions to support since day one. When they come to us and explain to us the concept of Riverside, we support it. And we are more than glad, and I spoke to the group earlier today, if they have a better plan to mitigate the situation they have now, and on top of that, according to them, they have a new management starting Monday or something like that. Brico Homones Association will be in the best interest to support them. But we need to see a plan, and our neighbors have to be complacent with what they are saying. The reason that they are at this point with the city is because the administration, acknowledge that they are violating the code. It's like when you are running a stop sign, there are consequences. As of October the 21st, they were fined and they acknowledge that they're violating the code. So this is beyond Brico Homones Association or my clients. My clients are my associate members. This has to do with they are violating the city code, and they have to understand that. So, but as of now, again, we have the best interest to help them out, but as of now, the city is the one that decided to take that action. And we feel strongly that the city is correct, because they are violating the codes. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Louis Puig, 2710 Southwest 31st Avenue. I'm not here with a problem, I'm here with a solution. I am the operator, I am the manager that took over Riverside, and as of a week ago, there have not been any noise incidents. Very simple. We got smaller speakers, we put the speakers facing a different way, now there's no problem. I'd like to provide my phone number to all the owners of the condominium next door. And if they ever have a problem with noise, they can call me up personally, and I'll take care of it. So there is no more problem at Riverside. I just want all our employees to get their jobs back. It's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I believe we only have 2 speakers left. Is that correct? Good afternoon, sir. You can pull the microphone down a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Landon J. Woolston, 14311 Biscayne Boulevard, 33181. I'm here today to address items SR2 and RE4. I've been a housing advocate for almost a decade now, and as a social worker, specifically, I worked with LGBTQ youth experiencing homelessness here in Miami-Dade. On the front lines for years, I can tell you firsthand our local systems and services are still not adequate in meeting the needs of people experiencing homelessness, especially those with multiple, intersecting, oppressed identities and challenges. At the end of 2016, my own partner and the love of my life, Diana Hemingway, a neuroatypical, disabled, transgender woman, took her own life. While those who did not know her well would say that it was simply because she was mentally ill, the real reason is that our local systems and organizations failed Diana. She had experienced homelessness 6 times in her life and could not bear the thought of experiencing it again. She was routinely denied employment in Miami-Dade that she was well qualified for, and with homelessness on her immediate horizon, she would soon be left to make an unthinkable choice. Much like the LGBT youth I've served and advocated for alongside in our community for years, Diana was met with zero support and compassion when she approached many of our local social services. And on the street, she was routinely harassed by police while experiencing homelessness and housing instability as a youth. Rather than having to go back into the system, which is still largely ill-equipped to meet her needs, or risk the violence that LGBTQ people faced while unhoused, she simply chose to die instead. The young people I've worked with over the years face these unthinkable choices daily. Many choose the streets because they're actually a safer alternative to our systems. By allowing for the criminalization of people experiencing homelessness, they have even less options when simply looking for a safe place to sleep at night. If either of these ordinances move forward, people facing houselessness will die, whether at their own hands, the hands of the police, or the system. We can and we must do better. I implore you to vote against both anti-encampment and adopt a homeless person, and in favor of the creation of a comprehensive task force to address these incredibly complex social equity issues.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Betancourt?
Good afternoon. Brenda Betancourt, 1436 Southwest 6th Street, Miami, Florida, resident and voter of District 3, so I do live in the city of Miami. To me, just a quick question to all of you about homeless. We do see it everywhere, every single part of the city. It's not just in a specific district. I know that downtown Miami is more homeless than my district, but we still have the homeless everywhere. Supporting the homeless in the time of need is like supporting your friend when they need it. The city of Miami has a team who support these homeless. Have any of the commissioners or the mayor have actually walked with this team to see if this team is doing what they're supposed to be doing? And the reason I'm asking you guys is this question is because when you actually speak with the homeless, the perception of working with your employee who give you the paycheck, who point the position to you, and when they're working by themselves with the person who's supposedly be needing that help, it's not the same. It's not the same when a person works with the boss to take care of customer or when you are actually taking care of customer by yourself. And I just want you guys to keep this in mind. Like I said one time to my friend Ferrer many years back, us, the resident, gonna be a resident until the rest of the day we die. You guys sitting in the dais have a click of time backwards. And whatever action you make in the dais, we always gonna remember us, the residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Torres, good afternoon.
Well, we're in the afternoon now, right? So, James Torres, president of the DNA. Officially want to introduce myself to Alex Del Portilla. Good afternoon. We are looking for your support on FR1. I've reached out to your office several times on that. The Downtown Neighborhood Alliance, along with Edgewater, has said enough is enough. We know it's in a pilot stage, but we're wanting something that's not coming out as of yet. So we're looking for your support and the rest of the fellow commissioners on that item. The other item, SR2, that everyone's been talking about, we firmly stand with Commissioner Joe Carollo on those items. This issue, and I did this on purpose by design to kind of wait last. I've seen everybody from all walks of life here today talking about this issue. But the funny thing is, I've never seen anybody in downtown walking the neighborhood as I have as president of the DNA. I asked myself 2 days ago, I'm gonna ride my bike throughout downtown. I did that. I ran into an officer that was doing bike patrol. Ran into a homeless. What do you think he had? Crack cocaine with him. Doesn't live here. Is from Georgia. This is a problem, and it needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed in a way where we can all come to a viable solution. The key word here is viable solution. But again, the DNA firmly stands on SR2 supporting Commissioner Joe Carollo. And we're looking forward to having further discussions on this item, not only from a commissioner standpoint, but also from a mayor standpoint, and then taking it from there. Greatly appreciate your time and efforts, Commissioner Joe Carollo. I hope that you get the sufficient votes to move forward on this item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak at public comment on any of the remaining items on the city agenda? You may not, sir. 2 minutes for every person, but thank you for coming and thank you for advocating. Last chance for anyone who hasn't spoken yet on any of the remaining planning, zoning, regular agenda items. All right, thank you very much, everyone. I'll be closing public comment now, and before we break for lunch, I just want to take up RE6
Before you do, can I have the clerk read into the record the letter from the Flagler District Business Improvement District?
Yes.
And if, I thought you had it. Could you make copies for all the members of the commission, city attorney, also and manager?
You'd like it entered into public comment, or?
I would, yes. This unanimous vote that the Flagler Business Improvement District took.
So this is resolution number 2021-22-001, a resolution of the Flagler District bid. It was approved unanimously on October 11, 2021. Support for SR2 number 10623, prohibiting encampments on public property. Whereas public properties, including public right-of-ways, parks, streets, sidewalks, and parking lots, exist for the purpose of facilitating ingress and egress to all buildings and facilities and maintaining attractive and welcoming exteriors to be enjoyed by all members of the public. And whereas the unauthorized use of public properties for camping, where they are neither intended for nor designed as a campsite, campground, or site for temporary human habitation, tends to impair, obstruct, or otherwise distract from the use for the property's intended purpose. And whereas the act of unauthorized camping on the properties tend to endanger the health, safety, and well-being of those engaged in camping, in such camping, as well as the public at large. And whereas the historic Flagler District of downtown Miami is striving to maintain its status as a thriving commercial and mixed-use neighborhood, and its businesses and residents have unduly been impacted by encampments on public property. Now, therefore, the Board of Directors of the Flagler Business Improvement District, the Flagler District bid, hereby supports approval of SR2 number 10623, prohibiting encampments on public property. We sincerely appreciate Miami City Commission consideration and encourage approval of this important initiative. Please feel free to contact us if we can provide further information. Board members Dylan Finger, Daniel Pena, Sergio Rock, Gary Ressler, Randy Alonzo, Executive Director, Terrell Fritz. It's a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Flagler District bid.
Thank you very much. Please enter that in the record and share with the commissioners.
The only other thing I'd like to state before we move on, I kept hearing individuals that for the most part do not live in our city, are not residents of the city of Miami, say time and time again that what we want to do and what we're doing with SR2 is to criminalize homelessness. That is not so. In no way does that ordinance says that if you're homeless, you go to jail. Not whatsoever. So We'll discuss that in detail this afternoon, and for anybody that wants to come back, I'm going to have a little treat so that you could hear from many of the homeless themselves that I talked to recently.
Thank you. Commissioner Watson, I understand you want to take up RE6 before we break for lunch, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, please.
Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Well, I want to amend the item. I'd like to amend the item to include a marker at 4610 Northwest 15th Court and a marker at 6101 Northwest 17th Avenue. Why? In the context of the street naming, the history is such that Mr. Ali lived at 4610 North. I'm sorry. Mr. Ali lived at 4610 Northwest 15th Court every day before the listing fight. He traveled through our neighborhood, played with the kids before he went to Miami Beach. And 6101 was his first business called Champ Burger. So there would be markers there. The mosque where the street will be renamed is where he went from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali. And so that is the historical significance of those amendments, and I wanted to make sure I put that in because, of course, Mr. Elvis Cruz made note that I did not have that in there.
I move it.
So I'll make it a motion by Commissioner Watson, seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Labortilla.
And invite all to co-sponsor.
It sounds like we're going to have a unanimous co-sponsorship of this, and thank you, Commissioner Watson, for bringing this. Nice.
So in doing so, before you vote, Mr. Ali's son is here, and I'd like to have him step forward for a second.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Muhammad Ali Jr. I came on behalf of the Ali family. I want to thank Jeffrey Watson and Honorable, I can't see your name over there.
Everybody's a co-sponsor, so thank all the honorables at this point.
All the honorables.
All the honorables.
All of you all. Thank you for honoring my father's name and labeling the street after him. And I'm here to just be here for that.
Show the ring.
And also, I want to give you a gift. Everyone in this room, a gift. I'm a Muslim. That's my religion.
Oh.
My name is no longer Cassius Clay. Drafts another thing against my religious belief. I murdered a rock, injured a stone, hospitalized a brick. Man, I'm so mean I made medicine sick. I done wrestled with a lion. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning told thunder jail. Man, I'm so fast. I could turn off the light, hit switch, get in bed for the room get dark. That's fast. I also have a website, Muhammad Ali Legacy Continues. And we also have a non-for-profit. It's called Muhammad Ali Legacy Continues and Anti-Bullying. And the reason why I'm doing this is because my father was bullied. He got his bike stolen, but led him into boxing. And then when he was boxing, he was bullied in the ring by Sonny Liston. He put some stuff in my father's eyes where he couldn't see, but lost the fight anyway. You know, cheaters never win.
Amen.
And so I was bullied also as a kid in junior high school. They wanted to see if I could fight like my father, but I wouldn't show them. He said, "You scared of me?" I said, "No, I'm only scared of God and God only." So I'm doing this anti-bullying program also because I know how it is to be bullied. I've lived it. It's very embarrassing. It's depressing. And it's not like back in the day. We used to get bullied and be friends. Now they're doing harm to themselves and others. And that got to stop because the kids are our future. My father died so they could find the Muhammad Ali within them. They could find the greatness that God made them for and live for that purpose. And we also doing something with homelessness too. But that's neither here or there. We're doing anti-bullying. And we're not stopping with the children. We're doing single-parent home bullying. We're doing job placement bullying, police bullying, senior citizen bullying. There's a whole lot of type of cyberbullying. Whole lot of bullying is going on nowadays that we need to stop. And this is what my organization is going to do. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your comments.
And this portends something that hopefully I'll be able to announce shortly as a part of a bigger program. Thank you very much, everybody, for co-sponsoring.
Don't go yet. Go back to the mic. Go back to the mic.
No, not yet. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Carollo, you're recognized.
Yes, I asked him to go back to the mic 'cause I want to end this
Everybody better want to
morning,
be like Mike.
early afternoon meeting in high note.
Okay.
None of you guys knew Muhammad Ali.
You know what? He actually traveled with my father.
I did.
Yeah.
We were friends. We made one very special trip together throughout the United States. We went back to where I was raised at in Chicago.
Okay.
I took him to the elementary school that I went to in Chicago, St. Jerome's. You got to see that my pictures were still up. I was a very young commissioner then.
Was it still there?
It's still there.
All right.
The nuns make sure that that's protected night and day.
Good.
We went to other different states, and during that trip, in the plane, we were sitting always together. I said to him, I said, Muhammad, which was your toughest fight? And even though there were many people on the plane with us, because it was a private plane we were flying in, but a large plane, he looked around and then he said softly to me, Joe Frazier.
That's funny.
Now, he's got a different version of what he was told when he was a kid.
Well, I
You
asked my
tell us so
father-
now.
I asked my father, I said, Daddy, I know you had a whole lot of professional fights in your life. What's one fight you'll never fight again? And it's funny you said Joe Frazier. My father told me something different. He looked at me, he said, Joe Frazier, no. He said, Foreman, no. He said, Neon Spinks, no. And he thought about it, he said, your mama. I'm gonna tell you why he said my mother. Because my mother used to sneak out the house and go to karate class with Bruce Lee. And my mother didn't tell my father because my father would have thought that they had something going on together. So my father snuck into the house one day, right? And put his hand on my mother's arm, my shoulder. And my mother flipped him. He got mad, he said, the woman crazy. The woman don't know who I am. Then he looked and he said, how did she do that? He didn't know she was sneaking out the house going for karate class.
That's great. Well,
hey, look, he gave her back the key. He never snuck in the house again.
Well, talking about the key.
Huh?
I'm talking about the key, and I'm sure he didn't give her back that key.
Oh yeah, he did. He gave
not,
it back.
not the key. We're very proud that back then we gave your father, right up here, the key to the city of Miami. It was a special private ceremony that we had for him. And we gave him the key to the city then. So I know he didn't give that key away.
No, he didn't give that one away.
Let me, Mr. Chair, let me just say in finishing that in my office, I have on loan a statue from Ali Liston II. Anybody and everybody's welcome to kind of come through and view it, and it's been on loan now to me for about 30 days in the beginning of a bigger project to speak about. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further comment from the dais? All in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We now have Muhammad Ali Way in the city
As
of Miami.
amended.
All right,
As
thanks.
amended. Thank you. Just to set the table for the afternoon, Commissioner Watson, I understand you may want to bring PI1 before lunch as well, but that's up to you if you'd like to make that motion.
Motion, it's a quick one, so move.
Okay, it's moved, seconded by the chair. This is Sawyer's Walk, PI1. Is there any discussion from the dais on this item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. So as we break for lunch right now, what we're going to do is have the Omni CRA meeting and then the Overtown CRA meeting. Then we'll break for lunch, and we should be able to come back at 3:30 for the remainder of the day.
3:45, we're going to take at least 15 minutes in this. I have to see my mom. So
We will break for lunch and come back at 3:45. In the meantime, we're going to have the Omni CRA meeting right now, as soon as we switch the tape, and the Overtown CRA meeting right after that. But we will come back for the remainder of the morning's agenda at 3:45. So we are in recess. Commissioners, don't go anywhere. As soon as the clerk is ready, we're going to have the Omni CRA meeting.
Steve, are you a registered lobbyist? You got to register before you can lobby.
I'll wait for him, for sure. Hey, how are you doing, sir? We're just waiting on Commissioner Watson and Commissioner Diaz-Albortilla. One of them is a 4/5, so we need at least one more. Yeah. Hey, you can't tell us now how you're going to vote? All right, we got 3, we got 4, we got one more. Commissioner Diaz-Albortilla, if you are within the sound of my voice, we need you. We're going to lose another one in a second. We're really close. We haven't called to order yet, so I understand. We need all 5. Yep. All right, so we have not called this meeting to order. We do not have. You want to do the? Do you need a 4/5 for the Overtown? All right. I apologize. We will meet back at 3:45 for both of the CRA meetings, and we'll go right into the City Commission meeting right after that. All right? We're breaking for lunch. Thank you. Hey, Near?